And a pleasant good morning from the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Today we wrap up the final day of a three-day event for the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. Along with Dave Ronsley, I'm Steve Lennox. Dave, the National Scouting Director with Perfect Game. And Dave, good morning to you, and here we go. Our third and final day. We've got three games on the slate, and we start with Navy and Black to open up, and Navy just about ready to take the field, the home team, for our first of three games.
And good morning to you too, Steve. It's another beautiful day in Marietta. Had some rain overnight, but it's going to be a warm one again today. And ready for some more great baseball as the top players in the 2025 class show their wares for the Perfect Game Scouts and for the college coaches around the country, many of whom I'm sure are watching this broadcast.
And from day one to day two, we'll see if the pitching carries over, because we saw some fine performances on the mound from the six teams on day one of games on Thursday, Dave.
Yes, we certainly did. Today it's going to be more secondary pitchers. We'll see some primaries that didn't throw yesterday, but we'll see more of the secondary pitchers. But we're going to open up with a primary pitcher in Jackson Austin. And like many pitchers, Austin getting used to that mound here. The turf mound, a little slippage out front.
Jackson Austin is scheduled to go the first three for Team Navy. He'll be followed up by Bryce Masters, who is scheduled to go three. And then Noah Franco, who has shined with the bat, will get the final 2 innings for Team Navy. On the opposite side, a few moments ago, we saw Gavin Stedman in the Team Black dugout. We'll also see Mercer Hudson pitch for Team Navy. He'll pitch for Team Black, as he is expected to go 1 inning. And then Jack Pellet for Team Black, expected to go 2 innings later tonight, or later this morning, pardon me. Getting ahead of myself.
Hopefully by tonight we will be off air. But what you just told me is this is going to be an 8-inning game?
Pure speculation at this point in time.
And the second inning, the second day of games at showcases tend to be a little shorter just because the supply of pitchers is lessened.
Do our best throughout the course of the morning to update you on these players. They arrived midweek, went through the drills instruction with their times recorded in batting practice on Wednesday. And we are underway as Caleb Ricks, the leadoff hitter for Team Black, stands in.
Jackson Austin, a big 6'5", 175-pound righty. We've seen a couple of tall and lanky, highly projectable right-handed pitchers so far. Goes to Effingham High School in Guyton, Georgia. Plays for the 5-star West 15U team. A young 15-year-old.
As you wrapped up on Thursday, was there conversation with Perfect Game folks and scouts? Any observations to share?
Not really. I think we're so exhausted by this point that we're just putting our notes in the database and relaxing after the games. We need a little recharging here as we get our first ghost runner down to first base. I think Ricks was hit by that pitch.
Jacob Kendall is running at first base for Team Black. And Dave, a good opportunity to go through what we see here. No walks, no hit by pitch, and the bats will continue if we get to 4 balls on a batter.
Yeah, that's a central part of the differences between a Perfect Game Showcase game and regular baseball. If you get hit by a pitch or you draw a ball 4, a ghost runner goes down to first, and the pitcher has to throw just fastballs. So that is the major rule difference. It's done so the hitter gets his chance to swing the bat and show what he can do. A couple other different rules. There's a 3-batter minimum, which comes into play often because of the ghost runners. Swing and miss there. Also a 5-batter maximum, or 3 outs. If 3 outs happen, and we move on. But these games move along pretty quickly. Yesterday, those games flew because the pitchers did such a great job of throwing strikes and working aggressively.
Jacob Kendall now at second base, ghost runner with the stolen base. You heard it in the background there, the reminder to Jackson Austin, fastballs only. And Caleb Bricks stays alive at the plate. He has certainly seen his share of pitches during this leadoff at bat in the top of the first inning. And again, steady diet of fastballs. And Jackson Austin comes back to strike him out. So you could say a walk and a strikeout there for Caleb Bricks to start things off.
I think he had a hit by pitch mixed in there too.
Okay.
He had the triple crown there. Jackson
Hitter
Austin
now is Griffin Ennis. Go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say Jackson Austin earned his invitation here to the Sophomore National Showcase, pitching at the 15U Southeast Memorial Day Classic, where he was 82-87 on his fastball. As Ennis drives that deep to center field.
And catching up to it is Noah Franco, starting the game in center field, and crossing to third base is Jason Kendall. We take a look at the side view of the swing.
Ennis, a very quick twitch athlete, ran a 6.5 60, has been through 87 from the outfield, has been higher than that, and as you see there, plenty of bat speed as well.
Corbin Reynolds up there swinging early. And a pop up to second base, and that one taken care of by Will McKenzie, and that retires the side. A slow start by Jackson Austin, but Davey settled in nicely.
He did. I think he got a little more confidence there after he got those first few pitches out of the way. 84 on that last fastball to Jam Reynolds, and he'll have 2 more innings to settle down further and show us what he has.
3 games total today on this final day of the 2022 National Showcase from East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Again, Jackson Austin on the pitcher's mound for Team Navy, and Steve Banta, our director, throughout the course, and Steve has been here since last Saturday. Works extensively with Perfect Game and working with his family today. We tip our cap and say welcome aboard to his wife and daughter, who are on board with us on this final day of the National Showcase from East Cobb Complex. And our first look at Gavin Stedman, who will get the first 3 innings for Team Black this morning.
Stedman, a 6-foot, 175-pound right-hander from Auburndale, Florida, plays for Ballers Baseball. 15 years, 5 months is his age. Has been up to 84 at past events. A very good all-around athlete. Ran a 6.9 360 through 86 from the outfield. And is a real two-way player for Ballers Baseball. Also lines up in the outfield.
And we should likely see him in the lineup and in right field later on in this game. Again, Dave mentioned that he is expected to go 3 innings. That's what he's slated for. As he completes the warm-up process. Saw the shortstop Jack Pellet in view just a moment ago. Dave mentioned weather overnight with rain. No reprieve. Again, today expected to be in the mid-90s in Marietta, Georgia. Dare I say it, wonderful weather. Yes, hot temperature, that's expected, but overall, Junior National Showcase and the Sophomore Showcase over the last 3 days going off without really any weather issues along the way.
None whatsoever. And prior to that, we had a 5-day run of the Junior National Showcase, and it was pretty much the same. Hot. Any rain we got was overnight, so it didn't affect the play whatsoever. And these beautiful turf fields at East Cobb will take absolutely anything. But before the turf fields were put in the last 2 years, an overnight rain like that would definitely have had an impact on when we started this morning. So thank goodness for turf.
Still the grounds crew and the maintenance members of the Perfect Game staff getting the fields ready, getting the lineups ready. A lot of early mornings and late evenings as we are ready to go here for the bottom half of the first inning. And Avery Shiflett, who we did see on the mound on Thursday, first batter to face Gavin Stedman. Has to feel like Groundhog Day to a certain degree for everyone who's been on board since the beginning. Late last week and got underway, as you mentioned, with the rising juniors last Saturday. Avery Shiflett pulls one foul outside of first base and stays up there with the 2-strike count.
Well, if you go to the Perfect Game website, and on the main page on the far left, there's a link you can click on, live events. I just clicked on that and counted the Perfect Game events around the country that are going on right now on the 17th of June, 2022. And right now, Perfect Game has 30 different events across the country that are
That's
underway.
An impressive number.
Mostly tournaments. I'm looking just Sanford, Florida, Fort Myers, Savannah, Georgia, a couple in Atlanta, Marion, Topeka, Kansas, Knoxville, Gastonia, Irvine, California, Huntington Beach, California. The list goes on and on. And there was a day not too long ago, it seems, where at this time of year we would be in Atlanta at East Cobb right here, and the entire Perfect Game staff would be in attendance as Stedman spots that fastball nicely on the outside corner.
And Shiflett out on strikes.
Well, this would be the time of year. If this was 2005, let's say, we'd be starting a series of 4 straight weeks of national championship tournaments, and literally the entire Perfect Game staff would be at East Cobb, seemingly for 18 hours a day. But things have changed a lot in the last, using that example, 17 years.
Noah Franco. One of the top talents as a rising sophomore. Top 10 ranking from Perfect Game.
And I've described Franco as a 50-50 player, meaning he's, in my mind, he's got a 50% chance to end up in the outfield, 50% on the mound. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him pitch later today, but he's been, as you mentioned, so impressive with the bat. Plays outfield with a lot of talent, speed, tools, and skills. He tracked down that deep drive in the first inning off Ennis's bat. Just very easy, casual actions. Very confident on the ball field.
Had a single in game 1 on Thursday, and then came back later with a double to right field that had an exit velocity of 92 miles an hour. Not writing up my scouting report, but just a lot of skills, but just very quiet up there at the plate.
Very calm.
Not unassuming, but just overall, he's going to maybe if you see him for the first time, almost sneak up on you.
Well, we described many of the pitchers yesterday as having the low heartbeat because they seemed very calm. Nothing seemed to bother them. They made adjustments very quickly if they got out of sync for 1 or 2 pitches. And the same thing can be used to describe hitters, and Noah Franco would definitely qualify there.
And I noticed yesterday, and we can right there, good shot of it, he chokes up on the bat.
A very nice observation. It's not something you see very often.
Back through the middle of the diamond. And Noah Franco with a 1-out base hit here in the bottom of the first inning for Team Navy.
Let's try to make a mental note next time Franco comes to the plate and doesn't have and has a 0-0 count or is up in the count, whether he is still choked up that inch on the bat or whether that was a 2-strike approach.
I believe from yesterday, it's throughout the at-bat. And just something I had picked up on as Coy James stands in. Why would that be something you note as a scout?
I think it shows you that he's really thinking about what he's doing, that he's valuing barrel control right now, but there's no lack of bat speed there either. He's looking for the best of both worlds. He has the bat speed, and at 6'3", 185, certainly the physicality to drive the ball. Going down on the handle, much more associated with power because you can get that barrel whip. But he's looking for the best of both worlds with barrel control and power, and that's a high-level understanding of the game, I think.
I don't know that I could come up with a player at the big league level right now that chokes up on the bat the way we saw Franco do. But, of course, Barry Bonds.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Steve.
Right? An all-time great power hitters in baseball. Franco takes off for second. Strong throw down to second. But Franco is in there safely with a stolen base. Well, Dave, last night I felt like I found gold as I was perusing the perfectgame.org website and came across the scout notes that Perfect Game put together. And Coy James impressed in his round of batting practice a couple of days ago. Narrowly missed out on a home run over the left field fence deep into his 10 at-bats. Matthew Bowden now at the plate as James out on the strikeout. Stedman with a peek towards for second base.
Just to finish the thoughts on Franco and choking up, one more thought there is that I would think at any level, whether it would be Barry Bonds or at this level, choking up is so different, and it can almost be seen in among your peers as a sign of weakness. And I think Franco choking up, much like Barry Bonds choking up, is really a kind of a quiet sign saying, I don't care. This is the way I'm comfortable doing it and the way I want to do it. And it's not a sign of weakness.
And it's interesting, and I agree with you 100%, how that sort of goes from Little League on. And you hear Little League coaches, elbow up. That used to drive me crazy. And, 2 strikes, choke up on the bat. And, 5, 6, 7 years old, you're wondering exactly what that means. As we're going to have a ghost runner at first base. But yeah, that's just not present day. That goes back decades with, fighting that instruction to choke up a little bit on the bat. You see Bowden doesn't quite have the bottom hand on the knob of the bat, as you'll see often. Pulls this one on the ground towards shortstop. And they go the short way for the out. And Franco a base hit in the inning, but left stranded. And Gavin Stedman a scoreless first inning. He is scheduled to go 3 for Team Black.
Stedman worked 82-84 on the fastball pretty consistently. Mixed in a mid to upper 60s curveball. But challenged Franco. Franco fouled off a few in his at-bat before reaching base on the single. But a solid first inning for the right-hander from Florida.
Steve Lennox and Dave Ronsley with you this morning from East Cobb Complex, Marietta, Georgia. Dave was with the Astros organization from 1989 to 1997. Ended up as the assistant scouting director and coordinator of international scouting. Worked for Baseball America with Alan Simpson. Now in his 20th year with Perfect Game as a scout, writer, broadcaster. And hopped on board back in 2003. 33 years. Baseball lifer. I like the title.
There's really no other way to describe it.
Top of the second inning.
You know, it reached the point a long time ago, talking about being a baseball lifer, where you think about what else would I do in life to earn a living, pay the mortgage, and I would literally have absolutely no idea what to do aside from working baseball. And it's been a great blessing and one that I hope doesn't leave me soon, certainly.
Well, I share a similar mentality. Although there are some days where it's, you know what? I'd have to actually start looking in the want ads. My youngest son gets a kick out of the fact that I sold cars for 9 months the year he was born. And I always say 9 months. It was long enough. This one well struck off the bat of Stedman. And it will go all the way to the right center field wall. Stedman looking towards the third base coach, digging for three. And the throw across may have hit Stedman. And he is in there with a triple. And, yep, he's kind of reaching towards his back, takes the batting helmet.
We said there's some two-way talent there, and he drove that firmly up the right center field alley. And the speed stands out. You know, Stedman, a strong young man, but has the 6'9" speed and very aggressive on the bases. And that play was in front of him, so he saw it all the way and no hesitation going for the triple.
Jacob Kendall, who he saw as a ghost runner. Florida commit. See the ranking, number 5 nationally. Kendall from St. Augustine, Florida. We've not seen Dean Moss for Team Black just yet. And I don't see him in the lineup just yet. Take a look here.
And I would say the same thing as whether Ethan Holliday is here as well.
That's right, yes. Okay, now I'm seeing it. They've put a line through Moss and Holliday. Not going too far out there to speculate that those players perhaps departing and off with travel teams in another location. Jackson Austin in his second inning on the mound. Bouncing ball slowly hit towards second base. And Kendall taken care of right there. Nice job by the second baseman, Will McKenzie, coming in on that ball. I believe that is Avery Shiflett at first base for Team Navy. Luke Beeler at the plate.
Beeler, a big, strong right-handed hitter, 6', 195. Looks like a catcher. That was one he might want to say, I could have taken a hack at that. Looked to be a hanging breaking ball.
What has stood out for you, Dave, so far with Austin Jackson?
Well, the body definitely stands out. The arm is quick, has a short arm action for that size, as that's going to drop.
And it did stay fair right on the line.
Wow, that was some English on that one. I thought for sure that's going foul. But it's a short, quick arm action. It's a very projectable body. He's been up to 84, I believe, on his fastball. Just turned 15 a few months ago, as we get to see this jam shot again, and it just dies.
There's a great video, one of my all-time favorites, George Brett on the turf in Kansas City, getting down on his knees and trying to blow a ball like that, trying to blow it towards the line and trying to get it to go foul before it got to the bag. Gabe Boyd stands in for Team Black here in the top of the second inning.
I will say that Austin doesn't yet have a really good feel for that mound. He slipped a number of times out front. He tends to get a little soft on that front side and at times.
First base side. And out of play. Good pitch there. And Boyd is out on strikes.
That might have been Austin's best breaking ball. It had power to it. 71, really got out front with it and kept his arm speed well and got the strikeout.
Carter cuts, retired on the ground out. And a nice job once again by Jackson Austin as he works his second inning. Slated to go the first three.
And it will go down as his allowing a hit that inning, but can we really call that pop-up a hit? I guess we have no choice, really.
Well, as we like to say, line drive in the box score the next day, right?
Yep. And every hitter will hit a bullet right at a fielder, of course.
Yeah, you could say he was due. Right, exactly. Yes. The law of averages and the way baseball works from time to time. Off in the distance, out behind the outfield wall, the trees all lined up.
That's the right center field scoreboard, although in the 20 years I've been going to this park, I have literally never seen it work as a scoreboard. And I think they gave up some time ago, but I long ago christened that the Jason Hayward scoreboard because I watched Jason Hayward hit so many balls over it when he played for the East Cobb Astros. He'd come out here for batting practice and just live on over that scoreboard. There might even be some baseballs back there still that Jason Hayward hit over.
Dave, as a broadcaster and bios and working college baseball and minor league baseball for many years, you sort of gloss over, and all of a sudden East Cobb, and knowing the area, but talk to the baseball just in that Atlanta area and around East Cobb, because it's not only known regionally but nationally as well for its reputation.
Well, East Cobb, the entire program led by their longtime coach, organizer Gary Baldwin, has been a power at this level since really travel ball began. Back before I was even aware of travel ball, back 30 years ago. You'd hear something about East Cobb this or East Cobb that, and they've done so many innovative things over the years. And one thing I don't think Gary Baldwin and the East Cobb program gets enough credit for is what they've done for African American kids across the Atlanta area, because Gary Baldwin recognized very early the talent that was here, an untapped level of talent, and it was part of his way of designing a team. Bring in some of these young African American athletes who might otherwise gravitate towards football, put them on the baseball field, put them in the outfield, let them run, and their lineups always featured almost the same design. And so many of these young players developed, are now in pro ball in the big leagues and such. And I don't think the program and Gary in particular have gotten enough credit for the influence he's had in expanding the game to the African American community here in Atlanta.
Cal Johnson from Tampa, Florida, middle infielder, A3 Academy, at the plate for Team Navy. Perhaps that one foul outside of first base. We'll have 2 games following this one. Johnson is a switch hitter and takes inside at the hands.
I've been impressed by Johnson this week. I like the way he hits. I like how aggressive he is. And watch his lower half here. He really gets coiled into it. It's a big, strong lower half, and you can see him get that hip turn and fire those hips, get a little hip whip into it. And that just gives him another level of bat speed that a lot of players don't have.
Stedman, a triple at the plate. Already early on in this game. And this one hit foul out of play. .83-84 with his last 2 fastballs. And we'll have a ghost runner here in the bottom of the second. Not often that you'll see this from a pitcher. Stedman goes to the yellow rag behind the mound. I don't see a rosin bag back there. Ground ball up the middle. Get the out at second. And the return back to first base, and we'll have a base runner. As Luke Beeler taking the throw.
Taylor made ground ball there to second base, and we've seen a number of double plays. And that's when you take a step back and remember that these are 15-year-olds primarily. Just completed their freshman year in high school, but some of the basic plays you see at the highest levels of baseball, double plays, they are already proficient at.
Boyd and Pellet up the middle at second and short. Mercer Hudson with his first at bat. Yellow might be the color of the day with the rag behind the pitcher's mound and yellow color to the bat.
Gold, not yellow.
Gold?
I don't know. I'm just saying that could. We have jerseys that some people call yellow, and we refer to them as gold.
Pop up for the out right there. And they turn the double play, but that was with the ghost runner. And Hagen Wright, outfielder for Team Navy, at the plate. Breaking ball popped up. First base side, out recorded. And the inning comes to an end. A nice job here as Beeler made the catch on that one. And again, nice job by Gavin Stedman on the pitcher's mound for Team Black.
He was primarily a fastball pitcher that entire inning, but when he used the curveball, it was very effective for him. I only think he threw a couple, but he threw them for strikes, and they're productive, and he got outs from them. Much like Jackson Austin did the previous inning as well. Austin really started developing feel for that breaking ball in his second inning of work and threw some good ones.
On the mound for his third inning, young man from Guyton, Georgia. And Team Black at the plate here in the top of the third inning. And Jack Pellet beginning the game at shortstop at the plate. Austin, 6'5", 175 with a height and weight. College interest with Georgia, Georgia Tech, Clemson, Georgia Southern, and Tennessee. Breaking ball stays up high. Now 15 years, 3 months. And one out of the inning as Pellet is out on strikes.
Well located fastball, even had a little bit of sink on it.
First at bat for Walter Urban.
Did a little bit of identifying of batting helmets earlier with the Kansas City Royal Scout team, also with the Dirtbags and their skull and crossbones. The C, of course, is for the Canes.
And Urban serves that one into center field. He's aboard with a one-out single.
Urban plays for the Canes American 15U Travel Club, one of the many, many Canes teams that have expanded really across the country. That organization, multiple times WWBA world champions, the Canes.
Caleb Ricks with his second at bat of the game. Into left field for a base hit. Urban will go first to third as the throw comes back in. And Caleb Ricks with a single.
There's our unintentional hit and run again, perfectly executed. What might have otherwise been a potential double play ground ball ends up as a clean single to left field.
And Griffin Ennis now stands in. With one down in the inning. Ennis with a pop-up. And the catch is made in short right field by the second baseman. Throw comes in to the cutoff man, and that is out number 2.
And we've seen the last 2 hitters, something we talked about before, hitters getting their second at-bat against the same pitcher in a game. But with Austin going 3 innings and the shortened rosters today, that's, I think, the first time I've seen that in the last 7 days.
Corbin Reynolds stands in. And a stolen base there, so now runners at second and third with 2 down. As Rick's now in scoring position. And a chopper on the ground to shortstop. That one taken care of. And a nice job by Jackson Austin, who goes 3 innings here at the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase.
We noted yesterday that a couple of the pitchers who were called upon to go 3 innings tended to wilt a little bit in the 3rd inning and struggle with their command. Not the case with Jackson Austin. Maybe it's a product of it just being early in the day and the temperatures haven't risen, but he showed his endurance well and had a very clean 3-inning outing.
Most of these players will depart from Marietta, Georgia later today or possibly tomorrow. Could possibly have weekend games on the docket somewhere around the country. Travel ball during the summer, starting pitchers, how many innings? Do you have a preference in terms of how many innings, number of pitches for a game, number of innings for the entire summer?
I don't think it's so much a number of innings. It's more like making sure that the outings are spread out. Unfortunately, you get kids sometimes who play for different travel teams, and you might have a situation where that's not being coordinated between one team and another. That's something you definitely want to avoid. But as I think it's just a matter of having it be organized, being spread out. The pitch smart rules that are in effect for all the perfect game tournaments, I think, sort of keep that organized. There are limits each day. If you throw 45 pitches today, it's mandated that you can't pitch again, for instance, for at least 2 days. And those are very strictly enforced throughout all perfect game tournaments, just not the big national level tournaments. And there's a number of other tournaments around the country, non-PG affiliated, that follow the same rules. So I think if you're playing for one team, it's going to stay organized. You're going to keep your pitch counts low, and the pitch counts really being more important than the innings.
Gavin Stedman in his 3rd inning on the mound. And with pitch smart now really established, this one grounded deep 3rd, and it'll be a base hit. And going for second, and the tag is applied. And in there safely is Drake Tucker. Off the glove, so Dave, how would you tag applied and almost got the tag down in time? Base hit E5?
I guess that's certainly one way to do it. I think in the PG scorebook it's going to go down as a double.
There you go.
I think in the big leagues it's probably, as you called it.
The runner now at 3rd base. First at bat for Michael Vanderheyden. Jackson Austin, 3 innings in his outing. Getting back to pitch smart, I think it helps coaches, it helps players, it helps families as a reference point. Runner scores from third base. And Team Navy on the board here in the third inning against Stedman.
Yeah, there's no doubt I'm trying to think how long those rules have been in effect, and they were really created by Major League Baseball in conjunction with a number of organizations and people across the country. I think even the legendary Dr. Andrews was consulted on that. But it changed the game at this level very, very fast. And it took a year or two for everybody to get used to it and to learn how to, if not anything else, manipulate it. Because coaches are going to try to maximize their what they're able to do with their best pitchers. But it has settled in very nicely, and it's just part of the fabric of the game at this level now.
Vander Hayden at second. McKenzie shoots one down the right field line. And that is a fair ball. McKenzie's going to take off for second base. And Vander Hayden staying at third. As Stedman was coming towards the home plate area to back up.
Interestingly, Stedman's velocity has picked up in his third inning of work here. He's now steady 85, 86 with the fastball. And a couple of hits this inning that were well placed, let's say.
Avery Shiflett now at the plate. Swung through the fastball at 83. Good job by the catcher keeping that one around the home plate area as Vander Hayden stays put at third.
Yeah, that was a really nice block. Who do we have behind the plate?
Have it as Corbin Reynolds for the first 3 innings. We've sort of gone off the map just a bit and in uncharted waters.
That looks like Corbin Reynolds. Number 21 in the black. I've mentioned his name before as a defensive catcher. That's a large reason why he's here. Performance he put on at Sunshine East, especially behind the plate with his defensive skills.
And we'll have a ghost runner here. Stedman on several occasions now has gone to that rag behind the pitcher's mound. And Avery Shiflett will see the fastballs now. Lines this one into center field for a base hit. Vander Hayden scores from third base. The throw comes in off line and goes to the backstop. Here comes Will McKenzie, and he'll score standing up.
Well, none of the 3 hits that Stedman has allowed this inning would be you would call barreled up, but they have found the outfield. Not sure what happened there on the throw into the infield. Let another run home. Shiflett just fists that one out into center field.
Noah Franco, a base hit in his first at bat.
And
up
correct.
there now with runners at second and third.
And you are correct. He's choked up on the bat.
Be interesting to find out when he adopted that, who suggested it initially. Good breaking ball there from Gavin Stedman.
He's got Franco pretty frustrated. Franco must have been looking for something else. You could see on that fastball that he took right down the middle that he was frustrated. He didn't pull the trigger on it. And then you got the big slow breaking ball, the next pitch. And
that one finds the grass down the left field line. Runner comes to the plate, and out at the plate will be Avery Shiflett, but that would have been the fifth batter of the inning for Gavin Stedman. And Stedman right there, another example of hit them where they ain't.
Yeah, four hits, no real barrels. Franco fighting that ball off and just blooping it over the third baseman's head. Nothing fancy.
Reynolds, catcher, applying the tag, and we take a look at the 3-inning stint for Gavin Stedman.
Solid three innings of work, and as I said, his velocity ticked up there in the third inning, which you don't often see at really any level of baseball. Maybe that triple got him juiced up a little bit.
Our first look at Bryce Masters. Young man from Prattville, Alabama. Prattville Christian Academy. And the left-hander ready to go to work for Team Navy.
Masters big and strong at 6'4", 205. In fact, I don't believe we've seen him at the plate or in the field yet, have we, Steve?
I don't believe so, no. And he is scheduled to go 3 innings here. And the first hitter for Team Black is Gavin Stedman. And it's down 1-2 on Stedman.
Masters has been named to the all-tournament team 11 times in his young perfect game career, both for the XL Blue Wave and the Bama Stars, and was the tournament most valuable player, in fact, at the 2020 PG 13U Deep South World Series.
Stedman protects with 2 strikes. Roller up the first base side and foul. Dave, you touched on it earlier, of impressed upon you early on in your scout career to envision a player not down the road but right now. Could you see him in a big league uniform? And Stedman had a strong physical build. You touched on it earlier in 60-yard time, under 7. Out on strikes, but may reach here, and he will.
Indeed, and these are still 15-year-olds, so it doesn't quite apply as much to this age group. But if you look at some of the top-ranked players here that we've seen, Noah Franco, of course, that's a big league body. Ethan Holiday, 6'3", 185. Jacob Kendall, the 5th-ranked player in the country. He looks like a middle infielder right now. Dean Moss, the 3rd-ranked player, big and strong with that lower half already developed to drive his bat speed. So even here at 15, bordering on 16, these players, you can see them, the best ones in big league uniforms with the physicality they have now.
Jacob Kendall stands in for his at bat, second of the game and first against Masters. Plays at Bartram Trail High School. Plays on the left side of the infield and outfield. Florida commit for head coach Kevin O'Sullivan. Favorite player Mike Trout. Favorite team the New York Yankees. U select player of the year on his resume. Pops this one up on the left side. And Kendall retired. Drake Tucker at third base for Team Navy. Luke Beeler at the plate. Beeler sends one in the air, first base side. Beeler at first base early on. We'll see him behind the plate later on, according to our notes. Jenks, Oklahoma. Is he a Sooner or Cowboy fan? That one to the backstop, out of the hand from Masters, and the runner will move up to second base. Stedman reached, swing and a miss it on a strikeout, and there's a called strike 3. And Beeler retired. Stedman did reach when the ball went to the backstop.
Masters showing a nice 2-pitch mix there. Fastball up to 84 miles an hour, and that big sweeping curve we just saw, and definitely tries to work outside half to right-handed hitters.
Gabe Boyd will have another opportunity. Or no, he'll go to second, pardon me.
Is that a fair ball? Evidently.
Boyd looking. As Stedman comes in to score. And Boyd at second will take another look. Stedman was off and running. Yep. First baseman, second baseman coming together.
Glad they avoided the collision.
I believe Boughton and Shiflett. And Masters misses outside. Hitter now is Carter Kutz. A little wiggle there in his setup. Two ball, no strike count.
But you see he has that wiggle, what we, as part of his load. But if you watch, he's moving, and then as he settles into the swing, comes to a stop where he wants to fire it. As long as you do that consistently, it really is it's not a negative or a positive, it's just what he's comfortable with. But the key is that he's coming set in the same place every time to start his swing.
Swings here and serves a single in the left center field. That'll plate the runner from second base, and Kutz aboard with the RBI knock.
5 hitters. I believe that is 5 hitters. So Bryce Masters' first inning of work is done, and Kutz did a nice job of keeping the hands back. We were watching his hands on that, and you see how he gets his body out front, but he kept those hands high and back and was able to make the adjustment.
Taking a look here at Bryce Masters.
He's definitely more comfortable at this point working arm side, keeping the ball away from right-handed hitters like that pitch right there, but he also is coming inside to Jacob Kendall, so he's just more comfortable now working arm side with his pitches.
And Mercer Hudson to add to the navy black uniform tops that are similar, yes. But Hudson, pitcher from Navy, now pitching for Team Black as he's scheduled to go 1 inning and pitch the 4th.
Hudson from Midland, Georgia, plays for the East Cobb Astros 15U team, attends Brookstone High School. A South Carolina commit, who we would normally find either behind the plate catching or in the outfield. Actually plays the infield as well. Really a all positions player. He's been up to 83 in the past on the mound. But last year, 2021 and 32 perfect games, hit .484 with 2 homers and 29 RBIs. So a great track record as a hitter, a much less prolific track record on the mound, only threw 7 innings last year. Perfect game events.
So when you have a player like Hudson, 1 inning appearance, what are you looking for, and how do you write up a pitcher that you're going to see for 1 inning in an outing like this? Is it sort of, okay, again, you're building that foundation to see what he is on the mound when you see him down the road?
It's actually, you can get pitcher evaluations for the basics, pretty quickly, because you go through a process. There's already notes in Vinny Servino's computer behind the plate, because when you watch a pitcher warming up, you're getting his base mechanics down, what his arm slot is, type of arm action he has, whether his stride's on line. You're getting some of the basic things right there, and as long as in his inning of work he shows you his full repertoire of pitches, what he throws, you can in an inning get a really pretty thorough scouting idea of any pitcher, whether it's a primary or a secondary pitcher.
Coy James, soft liner to second base, and out recorded. Gabe Boyd now at second. We'll also see him at shortstop in this game.
And Coy James is going to have to pick another bat out of the bat bag for his next trip to the plate.
Breaking ball from Mercer Hudson, taken for ball 1. Matthew Bowden getting the at-bat here. Bowden on the infield, up the middle at second and short, third base. Also slated for an inning in right later on. Ghost runner on alert. And now Hudson will throw fastballs to Boughton, and that one goes to the backstop.
Here we go, Navy. Let's get a runner. Hey, next team, let's go. Runner. Keep going.
Still not out there.
With the shortened rosters today, it may just be an availability thing. Plus, you have one of your players on the mound facing you, so. There we go.
Well, Franco with the helmet on. Franco on our notes. Scheduled to go the final 2 innings on the pitcher's mound. Liner over the shortstop. Franco on his way to third base. And the stop sign put up. And Boughton aboard with a hit.
Boughton pulled the hands in real well on the inside fastball. And I've remarked before, he's got fast hands. And once he gets a little bit stronger, he's going to have some juice in that bat. Because those are real fast hands that just need a little more strength behind them.
Cal Johnson at the plate. Runner Boughton takes off for second, goes in standing. Where can you see the most improvement in a setup with the hands for a hitter over the course of a summer? Is it playing games and just getting stronger?
It's just getting stronger, and at this age, more physically mature.
Good throw from right field. And the out recorded.
We need one more hitter here, guys. That was only 2 hitters.
I believe Ennis in right field making the catch. Franco coming down the line, and the tag applied by the catcher.
Perfect one-hop throw. That's the way they design it, and that's a showcase play. You know, in a game, I can't imagine that runner going, but in a showcase, you want the other players to show their tools as well. And by having Franco running, you get to see Griffin Ennis, who showed a very strong arm in the outfield and drills, get to use that tool in the game. But with the hands, in a game, as you see a player over the course of a summer, especially when you work a scout working tournaments, you get to see how he adjusts to different pitches. And that's probably in a shorter term context over a couple months. You know, what you're looking at is this the game adjustability of the swing? But it happened a few times during batting practice for both events where a player we'd seen last year, but we had not seen so far this early summer, and of course during the spring, would come out to batting practice with a completely different stance and approach, hand position than he'd shown last summer and fall. And a lot of times those aren't positive changes. So not all changes that you make to your approach, you know, are necessarily the best for your swing. And we noted that with a few players, especially during junior national.
Up the middle and into center field for a base hit.
Roll it.
Hagen right on base. And that'll bring an end to the bottom of the 4th inning for Mercer Hudson on the mound.
Right, with a nice swing there, nice extension out front. Drove that ball. He went off the shortstop's glove. It's still very well hit. Now, Steve, there are a number of times where I will write notes during batting practice, especially for young players, and it can make it into reports in one form or another, but I like putting in the notes, it's like, please don't change your swing. Because you'll see a young man who's, might be 14 years old, weigh 135, 140 pounds, and the bat is still big for him. The field's still big for him. He hasn't matured physically at all, but it's just a really nice swing. It's in sync. You got the bottom half and top half good. You've got the hands firing from a good, healthy position and all, and you're like, don't mess with that swing. Because one thing coaches do sometimes to their detriment is coaches are supposed to coach, and sometimes they feel we've got to make adjustments. Well, sometimes the swing or the delivery just really works right now, and there's absolutely no reason to, quote, fix it. That's our sarcastic term for when we see a player adopt a swing that is not as advantageous as his previous swing. We say, his swing has been fixed, and it's dripping with sarcasm. It's like, no, it didn't need fixed. He was pummeling balls last summer, and now he's struggling to get the ball out of the infield in batting practice.
Who are some of the top guys for you present day that you enjoy listening to when it comes to hitting, and also like and appreciate their approach when working with young batters?
Well, Jared Goodwin of our staff is my favorite guy to talk hitting with. He works with a number of big league hitters right now through the season. In fact, and his philosophies on hitting are very similar to mine. I think they're similar because mine have grown into his over the years as I listen to his wisdom and his experiences with hitters.
One out here in the fifth inning as Masters continues on the mound. Alter Urban standing in for Team Black. Tanked that pitch and fouled it straight back.
In fact, I was sort of teasing Jared yesterday because when he coached at Haggerty High School in Florida, one of his players was Ryan Mountcastle, standout with the Baltimore Orioles. And Jared, on a day where he didn't have to be at a perfect game ballpark last week, did what any coach would do, is he flew up to Baltimore to spend a day with Mountcastle and a couple other players and talk to Ryan and talk hitting. And in the last 7 days, Mountcastle has 4 doubles and 4 home runs, had 2 RBIs last night. So I don't know what Jared said exactly to him, but it certainly is working for Ryan Mountcastle.
The train off in the distance, right on time. Our first of 3 games for the final day of the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. Mountcastle's a guy. Orioles, Adley Rushman now in the big leagues. They've got some terrific talent, upper levels of their minor league system. They're not there yet, but they're close. And I'm hoping that Mountcastle is not a guy that is sent away for another piece. I hope that he's able to stay with them the next couple of years as they do get better.
I think they will. I mean, he's still very young, and I think, and not being critical here, his defensive limitations are going to put a ceiling on what his value to other organizations are. He's ideally a first baseman, and I know they have the DH across baseball now, but I think that those defensive limitations will limit the market a bit on him, and I think he's just going to be a steady player for him. You're going to look out at the end of this year, and he's going to have 30 or 35 home runs and drive in 90 to 100 runs, and you've just got a piece that's going to stay the same year to year.
And let's transition to Bryce Ricks as he works an impressive second inning on the mound.
Bryce Masters, big lefty, and he got to glove side there a little better. First inning he was just working arm side. That inning he got to the glove side a little more effectively, and that's something that as you see a pitcher over a number of innings as opposed to the one inning that we said before, that you can see those little additional skill set things, like does he get to work to both sides of the plate.
Team Black, Team Navy, our first of 3 from Marietta, Georgia. Coming up next later this morning, Team Gray and Team Royal Red and white will follow later this afternoon. And Jack Pellet now on the mound. Pellet will get the next 2 innings for Team Black on the hill.
You've seen Pellet, of course, all over the middle infield. Goes to Lake Country Lutheran High School in Cedarburg, Wisconsin. Plays for the Roll Coleman Specials travel team. 6 foot, 165 pounds. Threw 25 innings at PG events last year, so plenty of experience on the mound.
Jack, the younger of 2 boys. His older brother, Will. Parents are Mark and Linda. State basketball championship on the resume for Pellet. Baseball first team all conference, also a member of the honor roll in the classroom. Drake Tucker at the plate for Team Navy here in the home 5th inning. Breaking ball misses inside.
Note that Gavin Stedman's towel is still out behind the mound.
Chopper up the middle and out of the reach of the shortstop. And a base hit to get things going here for Drake Tucker.
We've had a lot of hits already this game. None of them real blows, with 1 or 2 exceptions. One of those Stedman's triple,
right?
But just a lot of simple base hits, a lot of contact.
Vander Hayden does have a base hit and a run scored. Jack Pellet again scheduled to go 2. Tucker and Roper. And Roper may not be here. I saw that.
I think I saw a line that said
earlier.
He's not going to hit, but he's just going to pitch.
Okay.
I think that was the note, unless I misunderstood it.
Okay, I can scroll back through. We've already seen Hudson from Team Navy pitch for Team Black. We'll also see Tucker as well. And they turn the double play up the middle. They get the out at second, return throw back to first. And the double play. We've seen a handful now, and nice turn up the middle here. It's short and second.
Good turn up the middle. Also had the advantage of the catcher running. I thought they had no chance to turn that. The ball really wasn't hit that hard. I think it was a 3-hopper to short. But a quick turn at second base, and the catcher running makes it for good recipe for a double play.
Boyd got that going. At shortstop, Boyd and Kendall moving back and forth at second and short. Kendall with the turn there. Well, McKenzie stands in and takes that pitch away from Jack Pellet.
McKenzie's been all over the field for both days here, making plays on defense, on base, on offense.
And
reaching
that ball
on
gets
errors.
away, and he will stay at first base. Nice job by the catcher backing up. And a base runner as McKenzie is able to reach. Avery Shiflett now stands in to face Pellet for the first time. Pellet got the ground ball double play. And error on the second baseman here, extending the inning. What are you taking away so far from Pellet, Dave?
He has a lot of confidence in his curveball, and he likes to use it. He's thrown probably at least a 50-50 mix so far. Fastball 79-81, but really good arm speed on the curveball and good command of it, and especially to right-handed hitters. He's been aggressive with that pitch.
Shiflett takes up and away. What would your write-up on Shiflett include?
As a pitcher or as a hitter?
Give the hitter right now, since we see him at the plate.
Well, and either report's going to start off with is Shiflett's body. I mean, it's a plus athletic build and so projectable. Great combination of length and potential strength. What is he right now? Already 6'4", 185. But he's a good athlete. His actions athletically for his age and his size are very smooth and easy. And just the next step for him is picturing Shiflett when he's 6'4", 205. And see how those easy athletic actions are going to translate with more strength.
Shiflett retired on the pop-up. Scoreless first inning on the mound for Jack Pellet. He's scheduled to go one more. 2022 Sophomore National Showcase from East Cobb Complex. Marietta, Georgia. Steve Lennox and Dave Ronsley. Plenty of baseball. We wouldn't want it any other way, as Bryce Masters back to work for the top of the sixth inning and his third inning on the mound. Jackson Austin went 3 innings for Team Navy to open up. Masters so far, fastball is topped out at 84. Curveball has been in the 67 to 71 range. And he's thrown a total of 31 pitches so far over his first 2 innings.
And that's a very nice number right there. 31 pitches in 2 innings. So as he's throwing strikes, has been consistent.
I know you're up before dawn to look at box scores, as you've touched on the last couple of days. That I love looking in-game box scores and looking at starting pitchers in the major leagues. It just amazes me the number of starting pitchers that will be 85, 90 pitches working in the 4th, 5th innings of ball games. And you know it's going to be bullpen with at least 2 or 3 or 4 arms the rest of the way.
Yeah, I sometimes shake my head at that too, and I know big league hitters are awfully good, the best. And you've got to be careful where you pitch them. You work the margins. You try to get hitters to swing at pitches outside the zone, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to square up some balls too. But what would they call that? The Maddox. There's a pitching line. Maddox. It's something about when you throw a complete game under 100 pitches. It's a Maddox game. You know, named after the great Greg Maddox, and the number of times he would throw complete games in less than 100 pitches was astounding, and that seems to have gone way out of baseball right now.
A rarity.
I mean, how many complete games have there been in Major League Baseball this year?
I think you could probably count on two hands. It might even be below that.
I mean, I appreciated the other day when the Dodgers left Tyler Anderson in, ended up throwing 123 pitches, I believe, and lost that no-hitter.
Miles Mikolas of the Cardinals also lost a no-hit bid with two outs.
And I think he threw in the 120 pitch range. But those are pitchers at the peak of their skills. And they're, with a no-hitter into, into the ninth inning. And they're still, in the 120s. But there's no other circumstance you would see a major league pitcher throw 120 pitches in a game anymore.
And when we talk about that, okay, some people will go crazy that the manager left them in at the big league level and they're up above 100 and 110 and 120. But there's never any follow-up to see what happens the next time out, because you're going to protect that arm, and it's not like they're going to go in that same vicinity of number of pitches next time out, or even the next two starts, really.
No, there isn't. It's something that they monitor so closely. And,
right.
And it's going to be different for a veteran pitcher than a real young guy. Although I've been surprised the Reds have run out Hunter Green for 100, 110 pitches a couple times.
He's starting to come into his own, isn't he, Hunter
Green? Yes. He's starting to learn how to use his secondary pitches and learning very quickly.
It's amazing when you hear about a pitcher now going down with Tommy John. And it's just, okay, we'll see him in 12 to 18 months as they'll have the surgery, then go through the comeback process, rehab. But if you're a pitcher in the big leagues nowadays and you haven't had Tommy John surgery, I hate to say it, but it's just a matter of time.
It certainly seems to be that way. I'll tell you something about complete games. I just went to the ESPN website, pulled up Major League player pitching stats for across baseball, and they list 18 different stats on the basic stat page, and none of them are complete games. They don't even list complete games anymore. They list games started and quality starts and stuff, but they don't list complete games anymore. That's how irrelevant that statistic is. It's like, listing, I don't know what the equivalent would be for a hitter.
And that's the thing where I'd love to find it, and you credited the sources to where you went initially. Where do we go now to see what that number is? I guess you would go to Major League Baseball and their daily stats report.
That was where I'd go next. I'm not going to do it because we're talking about an irrelevant subject, complete games in the major leagues. Let's get back to Bryce Masters.
Runner off for second. Urban making it without a throw. No longer a pitcher's asked to finish what they start. And it is, again, as we established, a rarity. But boy, do we get excited when they do go 8-9 innings. I was all in on Reed Detmers from the 6th inning on the night he threw his no-hitter earlier this season for the Angels.
I don't think Detmers has got to the 6th inning since then.
Bryce Masters finishing up, leaves the runner stranded. What do you take away from his 3 innings?
I really like Bryce Masters. It isn't big arm speed. It isn't, there's some physicality there, but it's not fast twitch yet in the arm. But he has great control of his body and his arm and really work to spots without really ever getting into the middle of the strike zone very much. And he has a real nice mature approach on the mound for his age. And with that ability to locate pitches, he's going to be able to go out even if his velocity doesn't, skyrocket from the low 80s it is now. He's going to be successful for a long time just with that pitching style alone.
Off in the distance. We're early in the day. A lot of baseball at the complex here in Marietta, Georgia. On the docket, we'll have 2 more games after the completion of this one. And Jack Pellet is out there for his 2nd inning on the mound. Pellet in his first inning topped out at 81 miles an hour with 78-81 with the fastball. Top curveball was 74.
And that was something interesting about Pellet, is that he is throwing that curve, but he's throwing a, fastball touching 81, but he's throwing a breaking ball that's mostly 71 up to 74. And when you only have that, and it's a true curveball, it's he's getting over top of it, 11.5 shape on it. And when you can throw that curveball that close in velocity to your fastball, that's one of the best indicators that your fastball velocity is due for an uptick, because you have that arm speed in you, and it's just a matter of your time really before your fastball takes another jump.
How do you identify 11.5 compared to 12.6 on the breaking ball?
Just with your eyes, and they have measurements on TrackMan and Rapsodo that will tell you the same thing. But that's an eye thing, just observing the pitch, observing the spin rotation.
How about Noah Franco? You heard it right there.
Yeah, he's going to come off the field to get ready to pitch, but just a hitting machine so far the last 2 days.
2 hits on Thursday, 2 hits in this game as he pulled that one. And you heard he's going to go throw. Franco slated for the 7th and 8th innings on the mound. And Coy James now at the plate. I mentioned Bruce Del Canton, longtime pitching coach in the Atlanta Braves organization. I believe from the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area for Bruce Del Canton. And, the Braves for many years, is the curveball, is it a slider? It's a quality breaking ball. That's what they were preaching, quality breaking pitch.
Yeah, and I'm the same way. I mean, you have to label it at some point, even just when you're filling out forms and you're putting the number in one box or the other box. But in my reports and articles, I frequently just refer to a pitch as a breaking ball. Instead of going curveball, instead of going slider, or even slurve, which is kind of the reality of many of these breaking balls is a combination of the two, with the release point. But I agree with Coach Del Canton completely in your statement. Sometimes it's just best to call it a breaking ball. Yes, a pitcher's trying to do different things. He's got different grips, hand positions at release. But at the end of the day, it's his breaking ball. And if he's throwing both a true slider and a true curveball, you can tell that apart in general, but it's very rare at this level, to tell you the truth.
Catch is made in right field. Runner will not attempt to advance. And Pellet gets the out. I don't know why. I've always felt when I heard slurve that it was, almost a negative thought in my mind, that it wasn't a quality breaking ball.
It's sort of a tweener pitch, and it's actually the pitch that's taught frequently in college, because it's when you're throwing a curveball, you're getting out front and on top of it, and that vertical break is sometimes hard to control. And a true slider, of course, is short and power. And if you get in between them, and if you get on the side really of your curveball, is what you're talking about, instead of getting on top of it, it creates both the vertical and the horizontal break, and it's easier to throw for a strike than the other two.
Boat in the right center field. The catch is made. Runner will tag this time. The throw across the diamond. And the out is recorded. Nice tag by the third baseman, Walter Urban, and a strong throw from right field. And I believe Gavin Stedman. We'll see if we can identify. I believe it is Stedman in right field, and he's done a little bit of everything. See who Urban high fives here.
And this was more the game throw. This is not a showcase he's running. This is a game throw. Threw it on the fly, but threw it accurately, and until the runner was like, wait a minute, I thought I had that beat.
So we'll now go to the top of the 7th inning, and Noah Franco with the double and remove for the runner so he could get ready to pitch. Franco is scheduled to go 2 innings on the mound. Tucker and Roper The 2 scheduled pitchers the rest of the way for Black. That's what we have down. That's what we were given prior to the game. We'll see if we stay with that. And there is Franco on the mound. I'm looking forward to this because, like Stedman, we've seen Stedman do a little bit of everything, and Franco's certainly shined at the plate, shown the ability to go get it in the outfield, and now 2 innings on the mound for the Mississippi State commit.
Yeah, there's just so much athleticism there, and we've certainly seen it in all the other facets of the game, but part of his athleticism is arm strength, and he's been up to 89 in the past with his fastball. Also throws a mid-set 73, 74 mile an hour curveball. And we actually last saw him pitch at PG Gulf Coast High School Showdown in late March. Franco playing for IMG Academy, and he was 84, 88, 73 curveball through 3 innings of 1-hit work that day. In fact, Franco was named the most valuable player at the PG High School Showdown in early March in Hoover, again pitching for IMG Academy Gray. Hit .733 in that event. 11 hits and 15 at-bats. Drove in 10 runs, scored 9, and also threw a scoreless inning at 86-89 on the mound.
Completing his warm-up process to pitch here in the top of the 7th inning. And he goes to Stedman's rag. That's what we're going to. That's how I'm going to refer to it as. So Franco goes to work. And Jacob Kendall, first batter for Team Black here in the top of the 7th inning.
Nice matchup here. Franco, the 8th ranked player in the 25 class, against Kendall, the 5th ranked player.
This one hit well to right field. And that one hits off the turf and goes over the wall. Ground rule double. Good piece of hitting right there by Kendall.
Kendall definitely won that matchup. And Kendall, I believe, was 0 for 2 going into that. And the idea of going 0 for 3 with how good a hitter Jacob Kendall is. Close to a 500 career batting average in perfect game events. Said the idea of him going 0 for 3 kind of hard to fathom, and didn't end up happening.
Jackson Austin giving chase there. Here is Luke Beeler. That one glances off the glove of the catcher. And Jacob Kendall will move to third base. Franco has been 85, 86, 86, now 87 with that last fastball. Franco wearing 2 different color shoes?
I believe he is.
I don't know if we can get in there or not.
In fact, he definitely is.
Beeler chasing the pitch up in the zone.
Curious
Runner now
whether
at third base.
one of them might be just for pitching. a turf shoe with a different type of molded cleats on the bottom, so he can maybe on the black shoe on his right foot is more suited for pitching. Don't know. We'd have to roll back the tape and see what he wears up to the plate or in the field, but there's no mistaking that it's two different shoes.
Swing and a miss. Look towards third. Strikeout complete on Luke Beeler. Shiflett at first base for Team Navy. Batter now, Gabe Boyd. And Franco misses inside, right at the hands. And his fastball has been 87. Boyd opposite way. This one will land fair down the right field line. Kendall will come in to score. And Boyd delivers against Franco. Batter now, Carter Cutts. Cutts takes a hack and fouls one out of play. Chase that pitch, and that goes to the backstop. Boyd will move up to second base.
I think we saw Franco's first changeup there. Really nice pitch, 74.
Ball lifted in the air, short left center field. And the catch is made. Hagen right. Out there in center. And Franco picks up his second out. Gave up the double to Jacob Kendall. As Kendall hit one to right field, hit off the turf and went over the wall for the ground rule double. And Kendall coming in to score. Now Boyd with the RBI base hit at second base with 2 outs. See Boughton into your picture, the shortstop for Team Navy. This one line foul, first base side, off the bat of Jack Pellet. Pellet, like Franco, we've seen him on the mound and he's moved around on the diamond defensively. Runner takes off for third, the throw down late, and a stolen base for Boyd. Runners on their own. We've seen a lot of steals of third, and there's the strikeout right there.
I think Franco did a good job there. Wasn't really in a groove to start, but did a good job of making adjustments with his athleticism. It's kind of a delivery that needs to get in sync because there's some body lean at the start. He tends to run off the mound down the third base side, so there's some directional things that a lot of pitchers couldn't get away with, but once he got in rhythm, started hitting his spots better. Nice changeup. Kept that breaking ball short. It's a shorter, slurvy type breaking ball, I guess we could describe it. But obviously a real live left arm.
And we anticipate seeing Franco for one more inning. Following this one, first pitch, 25-30 minutes after the completion of this game between Team Black and Team Navy. We'll have gray and royal, then later on red versus white to wrap up the 2022 National Showcase. And Drake Tucker plays for Team Navy, will pitch for Team Black as he gets the bottom of the 7th inning. Jackson Roper is set to pitch the 8th inning. And Tucker, his first outing on the mound.
Well, Tucker showed big arm strength in drills, 91 from the outfield, 90 from the infield. Primary third baseman, and has topped out at 84 in the past on his fastball, but we haven't seen him since last year on the mound. So with those numbers that he threw out there in drills 2 days ago, I think we might see an uptick in the fastball velocity.
Takes that comebacker and throws it away. You've seen that, or close to that, a couple of times. Cal Johnson to second. He'll stop there.
And I think you see the inexperience on the mound there. He's got plenty of time to make the play. Takes a step, just lobs it over there. And at third base, you just don't, you have to throw it on every play to get across the diamond. You just might not be used to playing soft toss there.
Mercer Hudson stands in for Team Navy as Johnson, the base runner, at second base. Well, Tucker, used to the ball getting to him in a hurry at third base, and that comebacker fielded it nicely. See a lot of pitchers nowadays, and they jog the ball halfway to first base and then the underhand flip. Spins in a breaking ball for a strike. Pop up short right field. And the right fielder, Stedman, takes care of it. We saw Stedman cut the runner down in the last inning on the throw across the diamond, the third. So runner holds at first base. As we see Hagen Wright stand in. With a pretty good breaking pitch from Tucker.
Really a second nice breaking ball, and he's throwing it with good velocity, 73 miles an hour.
0-2 now on Hagen Wright. Able to lay off that pitch. Drake misses inside. One thing we have not seen with base runners on, we've seen pickoff attempts, try to keep the runner close, but for the most part, pitchers in this showcase their focus has been primarily on the batter.
And that's really as it should be, focusing on the batter, because the pitcher's there to show his ability to pitch, and the holding runners on, that kind of stuff really doesn't come into any evaluation in a showcase setting. And of course, that's going to be different in a game where you're competing and stuff. As Wright gets that pitch in the leg. But no, and of course, and especially at second base, you mentioned the number of steals of third we've seen. Where does he get this? Off the back foot. But like a pickoff to second base is something that has to be coordinated a little bit, a practice play. And you're talking about a pitcher, a second baseman, and a shortstop who've never played together. That's going to be real tough to execute.
Right now with the bases full. Hangs in there against Drake Tucker. College World Series underway this afternoon in Omaha, Nebraska. Do you have a favorite for Omaha?
I was about to ask you the same question there.
Well, you go first.
Well, anytime, I have always had a great affinity, because I grew up literally right down the street from it, for Stanford. And so they would probably be my first choice. And I'm an underdog person in general, and anytime you say underdog, you pretty much eliminate the SEC from that.
There you go.
From that, as Wright gets hit again, once in the back foot, now gets hit in the hand. That one's stinging a bit. I can see us sending up another hitter here and bringing Wright back. After that hitter, we'll give him a chance to shake that off.
You may have given a little thumbs up. Might have been somewhat reluctant, but it looks like he will stay at the plate.
I think Stanford has the position talent. They've got great lineup. A lot of young players that aren't even draft eligible yet that will become high drafts, and players like Tommy Troy and Braden Montgomery and such, and of course Brock Jones at the top of the lineup. I don't know whether they have the pitching to survive that gauntlet yet.
And that's exactly what it is. You've gotten to this point, one of the 8 remaining programs embarking on Omaha, and where's the pitching going to come from? 2 14 brackets, similar to the regional round, where you want to try to go 3-0 and be done to get to that best 2 out of 3 championship series. Stedman, the right fielder, makes the catch, pops to his feet. The throw comes in and safe at the plate. Stedman doing a terrific job calling off the infielder and throwing to the plate.
I thought he got the runner at the plate, but great communication there, because that could have been an ugly play. But look how fast he pops up, throws a strike to home plate. He's like, no, runner just did get around it. Good slide. But yeah, this is a Gavin Stedman show today. If we had game most valuable players, he'd be right at the top of the list.
Pellet did peel off there and got out of the way to avoid the collision. And that throw into left field. And coming in to score is Coy James. So I'll add Stanford to the mix, because every regional, I began working regionals for ESPN in 2016, and everyone has its own little story. And in 2016, I was in Raleigh, North Carolina, and that's where Coastal Carolina came from. And Gary Gilmore's Chanticleers ended up going on and winning it. So it had really been the first year in a handful that I really was paying attention to the College World Series, because they went to LSU, and I had a friend that was, this one hit well to right field. Stedman will come over and cut it off, and a base hit to keep the inning alive against Drake Tucker. Vander Hayden has done a nice job at the plate, and we'll turn things over here as we take a look at his side view on the swing. So the time Coastal Carolina won and knocked out North Carolina State, Dave, in 2016, and I had a friend who hosted a local Monday through Friday talk show in Louisiana, so he said, hey, I want you to come on and talk about this upcoming series. What do you think? And I said, don't be surprised if Coastal Carolina, and I gave reasons as to why I thought they would beat LSU in the Super Regional round, and they did just that. He called me the next week and said, everything you said in that interview came about, and they went on and had that terrific run. As we take a look at Drake Tucker here, we'll let Dave touch on that.
Tucker, he's got a good arm action for a pitcher. He comes in high three-quarters, almost over the top, got inside the ball a couple times and got those hit by pitches, and that kind of put him in a position to allow a couple runs. But a good arm, was up to, 86 maybe with the fastball.
So I'll fast forward to the next year, Dave, and that's where I bring Stanford into it. I was sent out to the farm and chronicled the Stanford Cardinal. They were the #1 seed and the host in that regional in 17, and Cal State Fullerton ended up ending Stanford's season by winning the regional title. And that was the last year for Mark Marquess. So I've always sort of had that affinity and paid attention to Stanford. And, of course, they've had great success over the history of the program. But it was neat following Mark Marquess and interviewing him in his final interview. And Mark Marquess brings a briefcase, or used to bring a briefcase, to the dugout. And we interviewed him. JT Snow and I had done the games. So go to 2019 and went to Texas a lot for ESPN and did games for the Longhorn Network. So I've closely followed the Longhorns, and there's a lot of college baseball coaches I love, and I think they're salesmen in a great way in selling the game of college baseball and being advocates for the game of college baseball. And David Pierce is right there with the best of them in that category. So Texas is on my list, but then how about this as I'll wrap it up, and I appreciate you following along with me. Always pay attention to the team that I had in the regional just a couple of weeks ago, and that was Oklahoma winning the Gainesville Regional over Florida. So I'm paying attention to the Oklahoma Sooners. So I'm not going to say I'm rooting for both Texas and Oklahoma, because no one in the world would do that. But I think that's where my affinity lies right now with those programs. So 7 out of the 8, I guess you could say.
You spread your bets out there rather nicely.
I really did there. I really did. There was certainly some hedging along the way. As Noah Franco gets the 8th inning against Team Black. Franco, a couple of hits at the plate and on for his 2nd inning on the mound. Picked up a couple of strikeouts. Was 88 with a fastball.
As we wait for the runner, and something I would notice if I was looking at Franco, if I was definitely back there, and especially over a longer outing, one would note that he's walked the leadoff hitter in both innings, and that's working out of the windup. It'll just be taking note if there's something in the windup that he's doing that's going to impact his command. And I think he has just a little more of, you notice when he throws, he sort of has a little back lean in his upper body, right, from the windup. And that one he didn't have. And I think that might be the thing that's impacting his command of the windup, is he has just a little back lean as he starts his delivery forward. He has a little bit of it right there, but it's not as pronounced from the stretch as it is from the windup. So a little thing that can impact your command.
Caleb Ricks at the plate. Louisville commit from the state of Kentucky. That one off the end of the bat, foul by Caleb Ricks. And the strikeout against Ricks. First base occupied. He'll head back to the third base dugout. And Griffin Ennis will now stand in against Franco. Chases that pitch up near the letters for foul ball. Back to the screen. Ennis, you see the side swing there as he gathers himself. Little cue shot there.
That was a nice little, I think, maybe a change up there that got Ennis way out front, but Franco sold it very well.
Picks up the strikeout. And Franco doing a nice job in his second inning and leaves the runner stranded. So both innings, as you touched on, Dave, with Franco, that ghost runner with the base on balls then settled in.
Yeah, right now just seems to be much more comfortable working from the stretch. Just a little simpler delivery, and he dropped a few nice changeups in to the right-handed hitters. That's a weapon for him. That was a changeup right there, doubled up on it, in fact, to Ennis to get that last strikeout.
With a little lean or tilt back, as you pointed out. Going to the last half of the eighth inning. And we'll see a new pitcher for Team Black. And believing right now that this could be the final half inning of this game, the way the pitchers were aligned for us on the defensive chart. Next scheduled game, first pitch 11 a.m. Eastern, and that one may be pushed up. And it is Jackson Roper. Florida commit has been waiting around, did not hit in this game for Team Black, getting his one inning on the mound.
Didn't even get him out as a ghost runner. I can appreciate his desire to give it his best on the mound. Roper showed his arm strength in the drills, that's for sure. Was 95 from the outfield, 91 from the infield. So showed his big arm strength there in drills. And we haven't seen him on the mound since last October, so it'll be interesting to see what he comes out with.
Team Navy will head here in the last of the eighth inning. And we get one more at bat for Will McKenzie. McKenzie's done a nice job making people take notice, I think. Plays with high energy. Skies one in the air, right center field. And And Stedman is there to take care of it.
Very much.
Dave said Stedman would be the player of the game if we had one.
And McKenzie might have been yesterday with that energy and on the bases and such, but I was going to remark, I think almost all his at-bats have resulted in contact to the opposite field, so that's his orientation at the plate.
Avery Shiflett at the plate for Team Navy. Georgia commit in his home state. And Roper falls behind in the count on Shiflett. And there's ball 4, so Roper will work with a runner on base here in the 8th inning. Good pitch there for a strike. Shortstop Gabe Boyd in and out of the picture. Runner goes, pitch down low, and a stolen base. Good pitch there. Shiflett out in front. Kinsey out at second base as the ghost runner.
Good cut right there.
Bryce Masters at the plate for Team Navy. Oh, no, Franco, pardon me.
Now, Franco is rather animated as a hitter. He was very angry at himself after that swing that he didn't square that ball up. Got a fastball right down the middle. Took a big cut at it. And you could see him just stomp off. Okay, compose yourself, get back in the box. But he's done that on a couple of occasions at the plate.
That one skips past his feet and goes to the backstop. Couple of hits Thursday, 2 more hits in this ball game.
Well, to answer the great shoe question with Noah Franco, it looks like he has the same shoes on now. There's another big hack. As a pitcher, he had the black shoe on, I believe, his right leg. And it looks there, even with that ankle guard, that he's I don't know whether those shoes match either, to tell you the truth.
Skies whistling in the air to deep right center field. And Franco going for extra bases, hustling out of the box all the way around to third. And he'll go in standing and in there with a triple. Man among boys right now.
Well, that whole at-bat, he was seeing the ball very well. He was timed up and taking some big swings, did not cut the swing down at all with 2 strikes. Actually was out in front of that a little bit, and to hit the ball, 365 feet, 370 feet when you're out that far out front is really impressive.
Boyd James at the plate with a run across and Franco at third base. On the ground for short. Boyd across the diamond.
Now Boyd that mishandled that one there.
So that allows Franco to score and allows James to reach. And Matthew Boughton now stands in. Last fastball was 81. We change up there. 75 on the last pitch. Third base. And the out recorded.
And that will do it.
So Navy and Black wrapping up their final game of the National Showcase for the rising sophomores. And Franco and Stedman with the hitting prowess in this game.
You won't get any debate from me on that. Stedman really all over the field, on the mound, on defense, at the plate. Franco both at the plate and on the mound as well, and showing speed on the bases. But yeah, Franco's power is really impressive. I talked about him being a 50-50 guy before, but I think I might have turned the dial a bit. He can really hit and is really athletic doing it.
Team Black, Team Navy. And our first game in the books coming up, Royal and Gray. Scheduled first pitch at 10:45, so about 35 minutes for right now. Dave and I will be back with you for that matchup. We've got Gray and Royal up next, and then Red and White and the finale later on this afternoon here at the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase on PerfectGame.tv.
Yep, I'm about to grab. I don't, but okay. I brought one too, so I was about to grab mine. Okay, appreciate it, man. I'm about to grab my hot dog. All right. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll hold tight, but I can wait. I'm good. Okay. Yeah, my apologies again for this morning, man. I can put that email wrong.
And we welcome you to the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia. Today from the East Cobb Complex, our second of 3 games on the docket. As up next, we've got Team Royal and Team Gray. Along with Dave Ronsley, I'm Steve Lennox. Delighted to have you on board. Dave, we've got 1 game in the book, and this one's scheduled to go 9 innings. And Russ Martin will be the starting pitcher for Team Gray. On the other side, we will see Kai Nee. He will be the first starter for Team Royal, and we're expecting to see the 2 starters go the first 3 innings in this game.
A couple rule differences from normal perfect game or normal baseball that we have at Perfect Game Showcase games. If this is the first time you've watched one, most importantly, there are no strikeouts or hit by pitches at Perfect Game Showcases. If you get hit by a pitch or get ball 4, a ghost runner will go down to first base for you, and you'll remain in the box and take your hacks against all fastballs after that. Also, we have a minimum of 3 hitters an inning, a maximum of 5, or 3 outs if that happens to come first. But Steve, these games have been rolling along fast for both days of this Sophomore National Showcase as the pitchers have been on their mark and throwing strikes. And we look forward to another game like that. That's the way baseball should be played.
Kai Nee, young man from Westport, Connecticut, Loomis Chaffee High School, Duke commit. And we saw him in the field and at the plate in Game 1 for Team Royal on Thursday. And a young man who has terrific upside and right now viewed more as a pitcher than he is as a hitter. I've got some notes on him. I'll get into that here shortly. But your takeaways from Game 1 as we saw Navy and Black wrap up earlier.
Well, the most impressive thing about Game 1 was Noah Franco, to be quite honest. Yeah, he was solid on the mound. I think he was up to 88. But not only the results with the bat, 3 base hits, but the way he hit them, his swing, his bat speed, the way he carried himself at the plate, the way he ran the bases, just a great all-around ball player and a player I'm going to be very excited to keep following these next 3 years.
Kai Nee is ready to go on the pitcher's mound. And Sean Aschenfelder is ready to step in from the right side of the batter's box to get underway for Team Royal and Team Gray. Again, our second of 3 games later. It'll be red versus white to wrap up the 2022 National Showcase event for the rising sophomores here in Marietta, Georgia. Aschenfelder wasting no time, grounds 1 to second. He is retired on the 4-3 putout. The second baseman early on, Gabriel Winans. And over at first base, Donovan Jeffrey.
As you mentioned, Nia, a versatile athlete, was in the field all day yesterday. An outfielder in addition to a left-handed pitcher, 6 foot, 170 pounds. Very good runner, 6'9" in the 60. Swung the bat well yesterday. 15 and a half years old.
So last night reached out to Marcus Hill. I've gotten to know Marcus through social media. He is a travel ball coach in the state of Connecticut. Asked him if he had some tidbits for me on the players from the state. And he passed me along to Matt Burns, who works out of Fairfield County. He's the director of baseball operations at the clubhouse. Former assistant coach at the Division I level with Sacred Heart in Connecticut. down in Fairfield County. And Matt, nice enough to share some notes on Kai and classifying him with an advanced fastball, 85-87, in the Founders League Championship. Breaking pitch considered his best pitch right now. And again, a Duke commit, so not only terrific baseball talent, but thriving in the classroom as well. As Zach Grayson is the batter for Team Gray.
And as advertised, the 85-86 with his first couple of fastballs, 74 on his breaking ball. And I classify that breaking ball as a slider right now. We had that discussion last game, but both by velocity and release point and break, that looks like very sliderish to me.
Thomas O'Connell, also from the state of Connecticut, starting this game behind the plate. We have our base runner at first base, our ghost runner. Grayson Zach from Wisconsin. Perfect game notes for the Sophomore National Showcase online at perfectgame.org. As he stays alive at the plate. Power hitter's frame. Showed tons of strength in his hands during his round of BP on Wednesday. O'Connell tried to frame that one for the home plate umpire.
Nee not missing by much with that fastball and is working it low in the zone, which is a positive, but not getting Zach to bite on any of the low balls, just out of the zone.
Pulls this one on the ground and off the third baseman, Aiden Kitchings, and that will put runners aboard against Kai Nee here in the first inning.
Of course, being in a fastball only count, very advantageous to the hitter, and Zach took a big cut at that one, hit the ball hard, really too much for Kitchings to get to.
Hitter now is Jonathan Coombs. We'll see Coombs in the outfield and also up the middle at second and short defensively for Team Gray.
I believe we have Joseph Shirato at the plate.
Go to the right roster here. I apologize. Gerardo will see time in center field. And scheduled to go 2 innings on the mound later for Team Gray. Good breaking ball there. Thought there were a couple of borderline pitches that went for balls for Nee on the last batter. Touch on the umpires, and are there instructions in terms of the strike zone? Every umpire is going to have a strike zone. They're across the board. Some umpires will give you the high strike. Some umpires want you to keep it down. But is there instruction in terms as to how they want the home plate umpire to call the balls and strikes?
We, in very general ways, tell the umpires that we'd like to see a pretty wide, a pretty big zone. We want the game to move along. We want the hitters to go up with an aggressive attitude. And that's something these umpires, especially at East Cobb, we know them real well. We see them, frequently at events, so that there's a comfort level here. They've done showcase games before. But every umpire is going to have their own zone, but we like seeing it to be a pretty liberal zone for showcase events.
And a base hit in the right center field off the bat of Luke Papano.
I think that's going to be our 5th hitter of the inning. Papano picking up the RBI single, so we will roll it, as we call it, after 5 hitters.
Look at Kai Nee on the mound, the left-hander.
Well, it's a fast, athletic delivery and a fast arm. I like his ability to really get different shapes on the breaking ball. Those were the bigger curve balls. He also threw a shorter, tighter, slider-ish type pitch. So he's shown his talent well. Didn't get, as you said, a few of those calls and put him behind in counts, but a solid first inning from a scouting perspective.
I think to finish up on the umpires, I think you were right on, and that's what we've seen from the umpires. And I like how you said in terms of, have the hitters go up there. And if the pitch is borderline, go up there and be aggressive. Take your hacks.
Yeah, and they're told that in the dugout too, and in the pre-showcase speech. Hey, go up there and take your hacks. We want to see your bat speed. We want to see your ability to drive the ball. Now,
Russ Martin is on the mound. Go ahead, Dave.
I will also tell umpires, hey, if it's 2 strikes, let's go with your straight strike zone on 2 strikes. We don't want any kid going shaking his head back to the dugout that he got rung up on something 2 or 3 balls outside. So I'd like to see the umpires, bigger strike zone early, get the attitude in everybody's mind, the swing, and then maybe with 2 strikes bring it back down a bit.
Russ Martin scheduled to go the first 3 innings. Lined up behind him, Christopher Sosa, Joseph Chiarota, and Caleb Doty. Aiden Forrest will pitch on the opposite side. For Team Gray later on in this game. We will see Nee for the first 3, then Kyle Hopper, Aiden Kitchings, and Forrest is slated for the 9th inning.
Russ Martin, a strong 6 foot, 190-pound right-hander from Rosebud, Arkansas. Plays for the Doolin Dodgers during the summer and fall. He's been up to 86 at perfect game events in the past. Well, Steve, I did answer the question to continue a conversation from last game. I did go to the MLB.com site and their stats page, and they do have complete games. Are you going to take a guess on how many complete games in the major leagues there have been this year?
I want to say 4. I'm going to say 6.
Little over that, but not too far.
Okay.
And I think a couple of them were maybe rain-shortened games, too. I know one of them by Hunter Green was a rain-shortened game. A total of 11 complete games. Most teams have played 62, 63, 64 games through the season. Only 11 total complete games.
Thomas O'Connell, opposite way to left. This one carrying. And a nice job going back on that ball. Dominic Stevenson hauling it in. And O'Connell, who did a nice job, opened up some eyes. Impressed as a hitter on Thursday.
O'Connell picked up a couple base hits yesterday, and it is a kind of an opposite field, left center field swing path. And he also threw out a couple runners yesterday, which we haven't seen too many runners throwing out stealing. It's very advantageous for the runners.
Third base, Caleb Doty showing off the arm, going across the diamond.
Martin's made
and that retires Damian Gatson.
Yeah, he's made quick work with the first 2 hitters. Just 83, 86 with the fastball and throwing strikes.
Sorry about that.
Breaking ball stays up high. Winans at the plate and on the mound for Team Royal on Thursday. Swinging a foul tip. What stood out for you for Winans with your first glimpse of him on Thursday?
I think it's just the overall athleticism. It's a really nice, long, projectable body. A lot of strength still to be gained, but just a overall sense of athleticism.
Hits this one on the ground to second base. And Team Gray taking care of it. Grayson Zach on to first base to Aiden Forrest. And a nice job in the first inning from Russ Martin.
Was that about a 8-pitch inning? Got to show the breaking ball once. We'll change up. First pitch to Winans, and otherwise pretty much 86 top, touched in 87.
Again, our first two pitchers scheduled to go the first 3 innings. Temperature, late morning, Marietta, Georgia, already in the 90s. This is game number 2. Red versus white later this afternoon. See the American flag behind behind the fence, behind the backstop. A light breeze as Kai Nee gets set for his second inning on the mound.
Nee has that rather unique, I've seen it a couple times, where he raises his arms full length up above his head before he comes into the set position. And of course works from the stretch with both with runners on and with no runners. There's a big league reliever. I'm trying to pull the name out of. Did that full arm extension. John Franco? Maybe? I'm not sure.
Trying to remember Franco. Not as pronounced.
I think we still have the Stedman towel out there behind the mound.
There we go.
We're going to have to give it a different name.
We have had rosin bags back there, but I haven't had that here.
Maybe that's a new product that I'm not familiar with.
There we go.
Replicates a rosin bag without the mess.
Hudson Chance pops one up third base side. Long run down the line. Kitchings giving chase. He'll pick up his cap off the turf.
Hudson Chance barreled up a ball yesterday that got to the right center field fence right away. A really strong young man with a strong left-handed swing. Runs exceptionally well for an athlete of his size.
Pitch misses inside to the left-handed batter. Nee shares that up until the spring of his 11U year was really not a very good baseball player. He was almost dropped by his travel team. Worked hard, stayed persistent, and the progression was steady. And now a commit to Duke University. It's doing an awful lot in terms of his progression in a short amount of time as a youngster. Swing and a miss. Chance is out on strikes.
Another pitcher who gives just an overall aura of confidence and calm on the mound. Threw that big breaking slider to Chance and just sort of shrugged his shoulders a bit and said, okay, next batter, please. Really calm.
Connor Lytell at the plate. Lytell, middle infielder at second and short. And like Kai Nee, hails from Connecticut, New Canaan, and Westminster High School, commit to the College of Charleston. And a mentor of mine covered the NBA for many, many years, and the New York Knicks held training camp. I don't know if it was Pat Riley who started that, but they would go down to Charleston, South Carolina. And before texting, sent me an email one night and said, "This is better than where we live on the eastern end of Long Island." And still to this day, I've never made it. But used to get as far south as Myrtle Beach, and everyone has always spoken very highly of not only the College of Charleston but the city itself.
Oh, the
with
city's
its charm.
wonderful. I live about 15 minutes south of Charleston, a community named Johns Island. In fact, my wife works in downtown Charleston, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful place. I've lived there for about 6 years, and one of the best decisions our family ever made was to move there.
And he picks up the strikeout against Lytle.
He has gotten into a really good rhythm with that breaking ball. First couple he threw in the first inning missed, and now he's feels comfortable bearing it right there, but early in counts is getting ahead, really doing almost a 50-50 fastball curveball mix.
Ben Peterson now stands in for Team Gray, up 1-0 here in the second. Need did give up a first inning run and faced the maximum 5 hitters and left runners on base. Right now, if he can finish off the batter Peterson, he can have himself a 1-2-3 second.
And if you notice, knee on his fastball, which he doesn't command as well as his breaking ball, he tends to spin off at release and, in fact, do a whole pirouette after he releases the ball. On his curveball, he maintains his body control and direction a lot better, and that produces a lot more curveball strikes than his fastball strikes.
72 miles an hour on that last breaking pitch. This one pulled on the ground. Peterson slipping out of the batter's box. And retired on the ground out to Aiden Kitchings. And an impressive second inning on the mound for Kaine.
Yeah, very impressive. And said he's settled in after, and it's perfectly normal at a PG showcase for a pitcher's first batter or two. They're working out the nerves. Because don't make no mistake, these are 15-year-olds, and this is a national showcase on TV and everything. There's some nerves there. But once you get settled in and get comfortable on the mound, that's your home turf. He's really shown his talent well.
Royal coming to the plate in the home second inning. See off in the distance. Plenty of baseball at the East Cobb Complex.
In fact, we have 2 tournaments going on the other field, so tournament using the other 2 full-size fields here, and then a youth tournament down on the 5 smaller fields.
Russ Martin back to work on the pitcher's mound. Martin, Dave, you hit it right on the head. 8 pitches in his first inning on the mound was 83, 87 with the fastball. 75 with a breaking pitch. And right now, waiting, I'll say patiently, as now he is ready to go. Peterson was the hitter at the plate, and we touched on this yesterday. Martin may have been better served spending an extra 30, 45 seconds in the dugout as Peterson put on the catcher's gear. Amped up, ready to go. Businesslike. Team Royal will come to the plate here in the second inning. We'll see if hitters were in the dugout trying to get information on Russ Martin that they could use to their advantage here in the inning.
I suspect we'll see more of Martin's breaking ball during his second inning of work. It was such a clean and efficient, quick first inning. He really didn't have a chance to break it out more than once.
Aiden Kitchings, first batter for Team Royal here in the second. Kitching playing in his home state here in the event of Georgia. And a strikeout of Kitchings here in the second. Down the third base side, and this one will land foul. And Zion Theopolis back to home plate. Theopolis scheduled to play on the corners in the outfield in this game for Team Royal.
We saw him on the mound yesterday.
Wraps this one on the ground towards second base. And retired by Grayson Zach. So Martin again efficient, retiring the first two batters, and opportunity now for another 1-2-3 frame. And Thomas O'Connell, Kyle Lee at the plate. His first at bat. Goes the opposite way. That one out of the reach of the third baseman, Caleb Doty. And a two-out base runner as Lee looking to help his own cause here. Done a nice job with the bat over 2 games.
Yeah. Didn't try to do too much there, just got the barrel out and slapped it to left field. And Martin, when you look at Martin's delivery, he does such a good job maintaining his direction straight to the plate. Especially with that strong lower half, and it's very consistent, enables him just to sit there in the strike zone with his fastball.
Mason Pike, the left-handed batter for Team Royal. Another opportunity for Grayson Zach, and Mason Pike retired. Nice job by Russ Martin, giving up 1 base hit and stranding a runner here in the second inning.
Pretty much a repeat of his first inning. Mix in a couple curveballs and what I think was kind of a cutter slider type thing once or twice, but mainly just working ahead with fastballs. There we got Kitchings on that curveball, but pretty much same formula. Fastballs, up to 87 miles an hour, and 2 quick innings for Russ Martin.
And Team Gray with a 1-0 lead as we go to the 3rd inning. Steve Lennox and Dave Ronsley with you from the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase in Marietta, Georgia. Dave, what's up next for you?
I get to go home for a little bit.
Okay.
And I'm going to be writing a ton of reports because
yes,
most of these reports from the 320-player Junior National Showcase, and then from this smaller but still, significant event, most of those reports will be on my plate. I do mostly showcase work, so I don't do much tournament coverage. But I also have to say that my wife is a teacher, public school teacher, and of course teachers in the summer, that's their time off, and she likes to travel, so we've got a couple trips planned too that I'll try to do a little bit of report writing on the side. But the month of August, really late July, and the whole month of August are very intense with showcases. We have some weekends where we'll have 6-7 showcases on one weekend around the country. So back on really on July 20th, that's when the PG National Showcase at Tropicana Field kicks off, and I will be at that, and pretty much the next 7-8 weeks on the road.
Dave, getting word that Kai Nee is not going to go 3 innings. He went the first 2 for Team Royal. That is Kyle Hopper. Hopper's scheduled to go innings 4, 5, and 6, so he's been summoned on to start an inning early. And you see him down in the bullpen right now, going through his process, so we're going to have a little bit of a delay here. Not sure what he's putting on the right arm.
In fact, often when we have this happen, and it's not unusual. And Neat didn't really throw too many pitches, but evidently more comfortable coming out of the game now. And Hopper will finish his warm-ups on the mound. There won't be a 8-pitch limit on his warm-up, so it's really whenever he gets comfortable.
And you see right there is Kai Nee heading back towards the dugout. Gives a little pat to Kyle Hopper. Nee did have the single in the bottom of the 2nd against Russ Martin. No need to speculate. Done after 2 innings. And Hopper is going to get as long as he needs here. Instruction for the positional players to stay in the dugout a little bit longer. That'll give you an indication just how hot it is in Marietta on this Friday. So when you're writing your reports, do you do it from memory to a certain extent, or is it all from typed out and written out information that you've compiled?
No, it's all from the notes.
Okay.
Notes are taken throughout the event. They're taken during the drills. They're taken during the games. So there's extensive notes, and at any one time there are multiple scouts, taking notes. Right now, Jared Goodwin, Vinny Servino, Kyler Peterson are all taking notes on what's going on here, and also during drills. And then, of course, you have the numbers from the workout, and if you have to, go a little further, there's something you want to little, fine tune a bit. There is video that we can refer to as well.
I was going to ask that.
So,
okay.
So it's really a multitude of different sources. The reports are pretty structured, but pretty thorough. And when you combine, if you're a college coach and you're looking at the report, you're looking at the grades, you look at the times, you've got the video, you really have the whole picture of the player, how he was on that day in his baseball development.
How is your viewing of video evolved over the years as it's gotten more and more detailed and streamlined?
I think that's the whole point. It's gotten so much more detailed, and you're getting multiple angles of everything. You can find what you need, whether from an event or even going into background on a player. See how sometimes we'll do things. We remember a pitcher. Hey, isn't his arm action a little different, or isn't his release slot a little lower? And it's so easy to pull up video from, let's say, a year ago and say, hey, I was right. His arm slot is lower right now. I wonder what the cause of that is.
Kyle Hopper greeted rudely. And a base hit and a double to open things up for Dominic Stevenson.
That is open. Greeting him rudely. Just a rocket, one hop off the left field wall. Stevenson's showing he's really one of the stronger players here. And it really shows in his swing.
So Stevenson, a double, and here's Caleb Doty. We will see Doty on the pitcher's mound later in this game. At least that's what we're slated for right now. I like the fact, and everyone understanding, it's one thing to tell the pitcher who's summoned in a little bit earlier than initially thought, hey, take your time. We're waiting on you, and we're going to be patient. But Hopper did the same thing. He went down to the bullpen, went through his routine. We saw him come down the first base side, went out to the pitcher's mound, took his tosses there, and now into the game. And a breaking ball popped up, and the second baseman will take care of that one. Gabriel Winans, and the runner at second base now, Stevenson with one down.
And let's face it, nobody in the world likes being told, oh, we're waiting on you. It's okay, we're waiting on you. And then you put that obligation on a 15-year-old out on the mound alone on his island, and it's like, oh, I don't even have defensive fielders behind me.
Deep short, and now the throw to third, and out at third base is Stevenson. Great job by the shortstop there for Team Royal. Mason Pike. We lost it on the camera there. That's all right. But watch Pike here. I thought he's making the throw here, and I thought,
he's
no,
making
not the right decision.
Jump throw, and he threw it right to say that. That's a great play. Good camera angle right there. That's a great deke there. You're right. I thought he was throwing to first base as well, trying to little, pop up Jeter jump throw or something, and he was one step ahead of us and one step ahead of the base runner.
And Stevenson, if that throw did go across the diamond, he could have walked to third base. And we talk about these players not all that familiar with each other, but Winans was in the right place at the bag at second to take the throw. And eventually they get the out on Dominic Stevenson. Good play all around.
A little more on initially. Kyle Hopper, our pitcher, 6'5", 175 pounds. Lake Nona High School in Orlando as the runner goes early.
And he got in there safely. And Forrest now at second base. Hopper did the right thing, stepped off, but the throw arriving late. Mason Pike taking the throw from the pitcher. Team Gray almost ran into 2 outs there. Taking off for third. And going in safely without a throw.
Stealing 2 bases on 1 pitch, so to speak. And while continuing on Hopper, plays for Power Baseball in these summers and falls. 15 years, 3 months old. He's been up to 85 in the past at perfect game events. Haven't quite seen that so far in his first inning of work.
Christopher Sosa at the plate. Forrest reaching on the fielder's choice as they got the out. 6-4-5 on Stevenson as he was caught up between second and third. And Forrest, not content to just stay put at first base, stole second, stole third. So you mentioned in there writing these reports and accessible through perfectgame.org and the database available for college baseball programs. How often do you talk with recruiters from Division I programs, and even at the JUCO level?
I do not. Some of our younger scouts, especially, Vinny Servino, Brian Sikowski, who work on multiple things, whether it's rankings or draft coverage and stuff. They talk with, it's mostly via social media, I think, with a large variety of recruiters. It's really the recruiting coordinator. If if you want information from Vanderbilt on what some of their players or some of their recruits, you're not calling Tim Corbin. You're calling the RC, the recruiting coordinator, and getting hold of them. But yes, there's a lot of talk back and forth on that. We're always looking for. We want to see every player. Sometimes that's just not possible. And when a name comes up, we want to do all our due diligence and work the background and find out, more about the player, and then make sure he gets to an event so we can put our own eyes on him.
Kyle Hopper, first inning, gave up the ringing double off the bat of Dominic Stevenson, but nothing else, leaving the runner stranded at third base. And now Christopher Martin climbs back on top of the hill. Russ Martin climbs back on top of the hill for his third inning. The job of a college baseball recruiter, and that is you're on staff, you're around the team every day, and it is nonstop, as I've learned.
Oh yeah, the recruiters are the RCs are really the hardest working people, it seems, in college baseball. And a lot of them do end up, they really go two directions. They either go in the head coaching job eventually, or you see a lot of RCs end up becoming scouts and move into the scouting profession, working for teams. It's a lot simpler existence with a lot more routine as a pro scout.
I'm a firm believer in things being cyclical, and something that may go away sometimes comes back. Your view on scouting right now, in terms of it at each level, and you can start at the big league level all the way down to where you're at, and covering 13, 14U rising prospects as we take a look at Donovan Jeffrey at the plate for Team Royal.
Well, you call it cyclical. I refer to it as the pendulum. And right now the pendulum in baseball is so pro analytics and using all the information that has become available with the advanced technologies that we're seeing now and fitting it into models. And this applies really to professional teams the most, to where scouting is kind of old-fashioned in a lot of ways. And I think that's a pendulum thing. I think as people get more used to the analytics, the decision makers in pro baseball are going to realize that the ideal combination, and I think that organizations like the Dodgers and the Rays that are so successful in player development are going to realize that the ideal scouting situation is a combination of good old-fashioned eyes at the field scouting and analytical data.
Fastball up and in and goes to the backstop.
And as far as scouting the younger kids, the 13 and 14-year-olds, the 15-year-olds like we're seeing here that didn't used to really happen, I think that's an incredibly valuable thing because you just develop such a longer track record on these players.
Donovan Jeffrey stayed on that pitch. Makes the wide turnaround first and will stay put right there. And Jeffrey was 94 off the bat early on Thursday. Also had a double that left the bat at 95 with the exit velocity. And nice job getting to that one. And Jeffrey again at the plate and delivering.
And Jeffrey's, his swing is it's such a nice swing because he's so strong, but it's such a short, controlled swing. And we saw him yesterday, pull the ball hard a couple times. It's an adjustable swing. He shoots that one up the right center field gap. Just a real polished swing, and even more polished than he was last summer when I saw him last. And sort of touching him before. If you track Donovan Jeffrey, if you were able to see him at 13, 14, now 15, imagine, and then you start imagining him in 3 years when his first draft comes around. You have all that information on him, and that's going to just help you make a better decision as if you're a pro club and you're thinking of investing him out of high school in the draft.
Jonathan Coombs hit by a pitch. The reaction from the field right next to our field, and they almost went together. Jeffrey now in scoring position. Russ Martin is third inning on the mound. 2 scoreless to this point. We've got the ghost runner at first after the hit by pitch. Good pitch right at the knees for a strike. I just think with the analytics, and you're getting into scouting, say the last couple of years and even present day, there's so much to take from guys like you, Dave, who have the experience, who have been at the ballparks, and who, as we know, have run the grind. Not in the hotels, not back in the offices, but out there at the ballparks. Amateur level, minor league baseball, pro level, but at the big league level. Getting eyes on the players. That will never change. As Jeffrey, the lead runner at second, will take off. The ricochet comes back, and the throw to third is Jeffrey is able to get in there ahead of the tag. Caleb Doty at third base for Team Gray.
Well, the huge explosion of travel baseball has given scouts so much more an opportunity, as Martin dots the outside corner on that strike 3. An opportunity to see players so much more. I was thinking back the other day to some of our first-round draft picks when I was with Houston back in the 1990s, and thinking about how comparatively little we saw of those players that we were investing first, second-round money in, how little we saw of them compared to what we see of all the players across the spectrum today. And it's like, wow, we made that decision on seeing a kid play 3 or 4 times. That's just not going to happen anymore today. There are some of the most infamous first-round draft choices in history that were basically only seen in a workout, and yet still would go in the first round and get paid and such. And the chances of that happening now are just nil, because there's just so many more opportunities to see players. And that doesn't include video.
Reagan McCluskey with second and third and 1 down. And that's the swing we saw yesterday with his 2 hits, both going the opposite way. McCluskey with an opposite field double on Thursday. Exit velocity of 93. So as we've gotten exit velocity and different things off the bat and launch angle in recent years, did you sort of already have those things? I mean, you went by your ear. You heard it off the bat. You knew it was well hit off the bat.
Yeah, and there are things that those numbers in a lot of cases are just reaffirming what you see with your eyes if you have experienced eyes. But I have always maintained, always will maintain, that so many of those things are player development tools. They're not necessarily scouting tools. And that, yes, they can give you some base measurements as a scout, but mostly that's player development stuff.
That one lined to left center field. Is going to score 2 runs. And we'll see 3 runs come across, as Reagan McCluskey just continues to hit with solid contact off the barrel of the bat.
That got on the turf. He stung that ball. That got on the turf just over the shortstop's reach, but going all the way to the wall in left center field and got there quick.
Three runs come in. McCluskey at second base with 1 down. He's been fun to watch. Hitter now is Wesley Bass. Put Jeffrey and McCluskey in a lineup day in, day out. They're going to wear out the opposing pitchers. Ability to go to all fields, as they have shown. And McCluskey will move to third base. McCluskey going across the diamond. McCluskey, the catcher. So they'll put a runner at third for him, as he'll take a little breather and put the gear on. Wesley Bass, local talent from Marietta, Georgia. I'll tell you, you've taken me back, because I told you I missed the conversations with the scouts at the ballpark. We've been able to do that over the last couple of days and certainly have enjoyed it. Dave with me, and Jeremy Brown started off with us on Tuesday. You knew the good scouts covering minor league baseball. They were the ones who were at the ballpark when the bus was pulling up either at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon for a 7:05 start time.
Well, that's definitely a major part of scouting, and a differentiation between really the good scouts and the guys who may not be scouting long, as we see a nice breaking ball there for Martin, but a big inning for the Royal team. But yes, getting to the ballpark, and you'll find there are scouts, and I try to count myself among them, who are not comfortable unless they are one of the first ones at the field. And by first ones at the field, it's like, before the teams get there, before the players get there. And that's just part of what you do as a scout. Get to the field early, stay to the end of the game, and be engaged the entire time.
Russ Martin closing the book on him over his 3 innings. Touched up for the 3 runs here in the third. As we'll go to the top of the 4th inning, Team Gray versus Team Royal. Kyle Hopper ready to take them out for his 2nd inning. Kai Nee went 1 2/3. We'll see if Nee comes to the plate again. Had a single in his first at bat. Was scheduled to go 3. Gave up 2 hits, struck out 3, and Nee was 87 miles an hour with his fastball, right where we were told he'd probably be, through a total of 35 pitches. And Hopper, in his first inning, struck out 1, gave up a couple of hits, and threw 13 total pitches. Hopper is scheduled to go 3 innings, and this is his 2nd inning on the mound.
And we'll see Hopper with his more in routine this inning. As we talked about, he was called on just at the last minute to warm up and take Nee's place, but now he's had a full inning on the bench to maybe get in his game mindset a little more securely.
Sean Aschenfelder at the plate for Team Gray. Aschenfelder plays for the Phillies scout team. Young man from St. John's, Florida, Creekside High School. Has participated in the Perfect Game Select Fest. There's ball 4, so a base runner for Gray. Aschenfelder shares something that would surprise people to learn about you. He shares that people would be surprised to know that I'm a great student. There you go. Somewhat matter of fact. I do well in the classroom. On the ground towards third and past the third baseman and down the line. Aschenfelder on his way to second, digging in. The throw comes into third base and safe. As our ghost runner is able to go first to third. And Aschenfelder, you see, stopping at second. Raisin Zach with second and third and nobody out in the inning. Tried to hold up, went too far, says our home plate umpire.
Wait for that curveball to come down into the zone. It sort of hung up above. There's the better curveball, and Zach knows what to do with it.
Into center field for a base hit. That will plate one. And also coming to the plate is Aschenfelder.
Nice piece of hitting by Zach, who was fooled by the curveball on the pitch before, but kept his hands back much better on that and didn't try to do too much of it. Picked up 2 RBIs as a result.
Joseph Chiarodo at the plate from Edwardsville, Illinois. Travel team GBA Navy.
That's the food.
Yeah, you got
Thank you.
chicken burrito
Okay.
and water for you.
Okay. Perfect.
Fan of the Atlanta Braves, says the whole family.
Thank you so much.
Fans of the Atlanta Braves, and I dare say that goes back to the days when the Braves were on the Superstation TBS night in, night out. That's where I got a lot of my baseball as a youngster. Watching the Braves from old Fulton County Stadium and then Turner Field. Girodo to third, step on third one, fire across the diamond in time. And a nice job at third base by Aiden Kitchings to get that one started.
Nice play. Good footwork. Got rid of the ball fast. Pitcher's best friend, that double play.
Luke Papano stands in.
Papano laced a base hit to right center field, his first time up.
Has shown a nice swing from the left side. And a game plus so far for Team Gray.
I will admit that it's hard. It's one of the things that scouting for so long does is you don't look at the game as a fan anymore because you're so busy analyzing it. But I get often asked, who are you a fan of and such, and I generally say, well, I'm a fan of individual players. But it's hard not to, with the amount of time I've spent in Atlanta over the years, and we're always been, because we do so much out of Atlanta, very close to the Atlanta staff, their front office staff, and their scouting staff, and it's hard not to be a Braves fan, and it was kind of fun that they won it all last year, I will admit.
Swinging a foul tip. Hopper works out of the inning as he picks up the strikeout against Luke Papano. And I couldn't agree with you more. And growing up in New York and cursing Chipper Jones and the Atlanta Braves and Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz, I too was very happy for the Atlanta Braves last year, because that was one of the best organizations in the minors. The team that was in, I have mentioned a couple of times, Bruce Del Canton, the Myrtle Beach Pelicans in the Carolina League, longtime affiliate of the Braves in the Carolina League, when before Major League Baseball sort of has changed things around now. But I was so happy last year for Brian Snitker because he was actually in Myrtle Beach for one of the seasons early on, and couldn't have been happier last year for Brian Snitker to win the World Series championship with Atlanta. And like you said, you become fans of individuals, you become fans of individual stories and even team stories, as we see Christopher Sosa now on the mound for Team Gray, young man from Hialeah, Florida, and Mater Academy.
Now, I'm kind of the same way about the Rays down in Tampa. We spend a lot of time down there. I mentioned, our national showcase it's going to be at Tropicana Field again this year, and that's been a frequent occurrence in the past. But Tampa, it's more the underdog thing. They shouldn't be as good as they are, and if they were to step forward against the big bad Yankees and Red Sox and the up and coming Toronto, just there in the East, and slay all those Giants and go to the World Series, that would be such a great story. And I guess the journalist, my background journalism person, always likes the good story, and there would be no better story, I think, than the Tampa Bay Rays winning the World Series.
What I've liked about the Rays, and even the A's have done it in the past, they're not afraid to go out and take a big risk prior to the trade deadline, as we see Thomas O'Connell at the plate. And they've made some trades over the years to, they don't just stand put. If they need to go out and think a trade can improve their chances September, and with an October run, they've done it. O'Connell started the game behind the plate. Taps this one on the ground to the right side. And O'Connell is retired for the first out here in the home fourth inning. Zach making the throw to the first baseman. And I believe it's still Forrest at first. They have down third base for Forrest for this inning. Batter now is Damian Gatson. Gatson, I believe, saw one pitch and was retired in his first at bat. Hits this one opposite way to deep shortstop. And safe at first base, hustling down the line, Damian Gatson. There's an example right there. Every hitter has been out of the box. There's no jogging down the lines thinking that's a 6-3, and understandable as he runs right on through the bag. Vitale, shortstop, pitch inside, goes to the backstop. And Gatson now at second after the stolen base.
And speed, obviously a big part of Gatson's game. Left-handed hitter, and it wasn't a routine play on the ground ball to shortstop, a couple steps to the backhand, but without Gatson's speed, it's a play. The shortstop made a nice play there. Strong throw, accurate throw. Just speed won on that one.
And I believe identifying 25, Grayson Zach is at shortstop now for Team Gray. Gabriel Winans sends one in the air. Short center field. And coming on the center fielder and making the nice catch, losing the hat. And everything else. That's Luke Papano.
Nice athletic play there. And mentioned Papano threw yesterday, one of the top left-handed pitchers in the country. Has swung the bat well. Now get to see his leather work. A little more on Christopher Silva on the mound. 6'4", 190 pounds. Gatson goes to third. A little older than some of his peers here, 16 years, 5 months old. It's been up to 86 at perfect game events in the past, and has so far topped out at 86 here today as well. Plays for the Wolves during the summer.
Hayden Kitching stands in Here comes a runner from third base. And Gatson will score.
Those speed runs, pretty much all self-generated with his legs.
Sosa on the mound for his first inning for Team Gray. Martin giving up a run and striking out 3 in his outing through a total of 40 pitches. Worked into a third inning and had 1 inning cut short, facing the maximum 5 batters. Runner O'Connell with 2 down at first base, not going. Going down in the zone again, and Sosa picking up the strike. Now O'Connell is running, swing and a miss. And the strikeout at the plate, and O'Connell will be left stranded by Christopher Sosa. Vitale taking the throw. And again, we see Sosa on the mound.
So it's definitely the profile pitcher's build at 6'4", 190. You can see a little more maturity in the frame there, a little older than his peers, as I said, but a nice loose arm and very projectable.
Kyle Hopper on the mound now for his third inning as we go to the top of the 5th inning. Hopper came on in the 3rd and has settled in for Team Royal. Hopper has been as high as 82. Team Gray ready to hit here in the top of the 5th inning where the pitching lines up. We're looking at 9 innings. We went 8 innings in the first game with Navy and Black. Although right now, maybe not scrambling, but Kai Nee was scheduled to go 3 and everyone being pushed up an inning as he went 2 innings. Hudson Chance, leadoff hitter here in the 5th inning for Team Gray. Ground ball, second base. And Chance retired. Hitter now is Connor Lytell, middle infielder for Team Gray. And a breaking ball stays up high. Lytle playing in the World Wood Bat last fall down in Fort Myers. And he reaches with one out here in the 5th inning. His team ended up finishing 3rd last fall in Fort Myers out of 120. So, Dave, you know that's impressive.
Oh, yes. I mean, you get into these big events and the WWBA underclass, which is in Fort Myers, and, of course, the WWBA World Championships, a.k.a. Jupiter, aren't the biggest events on the PG calendar, but is in terms of the quality, the elite level of all the teams there, you know, they are our highest quality events. But coming up in the next few weeks, multiple 400-plus team tournaments, 430 teams, I think, at the 16U and 17U national championships. And those are the big ones. And you play seven pool games, and then if you're fortunate enough to advance in the playoffs, you can play up to 11, 12 games in over an 8-day period.
Ben Peterson retired on the pop-up to center field. Dominic Stevenson now at the plate. Bass will have to play this one on a hop. There's a little difficulty initially picking it up. And now 1st and 3rd for Team Gray.
Second base hit for Stevenson today as he continues to impress with the bat. And very much like Donovan Jeffrey in his swing approach. It's a short, quick, fast swing. Going to produce a lot of barrels, but has the strength to drive the ball as well.
Caleb Doty with 1st and 3rd. Runner goes from first base to throw down. And coming in to score from 3rd base will be Lytle.
Thought we had a caught stealing there, but the throw just a little low.
Stevenson now the runner at 2nd base. And Stevenson gets in there ahead of the tag. Gabriel Winans now at 3rd. And Hopper's going to leave that runner right there at 3rd base. We're 4-4 going to the bottom of the 5th inning. As Hopper going 3 on the mound for Team Royal.
3 innings, very consistent work. Challenging hitters. Didn't quite show the velocity, mostly in the upper 70s that he has at times in the past, but with that big, long body, it's just a matter of time before he gets stronger.
Why was he missing high with the breaking pitch?
It's just a matter of getting his arm out front more consistently. Usually when you miss high, it's because you're starting your release on it too far back in your arm stroke. A curveball is best released right out there front, getting over it right there at the end out front where you release your fastball. And pitchers have a tendency to get that hand position early. If you could see me on TV, I'm mimicking it right now, which is going to do none of our audience any good whatsoever. But the curveballs you leave up have a hump in them, or the ones with the scouting term is casting them. Just picture casting a a fishing, fishing lure if you happen to be into fishing, and that's all done back and back of your shoulder and back of your head, but a curveball needs to be thrown out front, and Hopper wasn't always consistently getting out front with it.
Christopher Sosa in line for his second inning and scheduled to go to Joseph Chiaroto and Caleb Doty. On the back end for Team Gray on the pitcher's mound, both of those pitchers are expected to go 2 innings apiece. Cyan Theopolis pulls one foul outside of first base. Theopolis is hitless in one at bat so far.
I don't think you can get any more spread in your stance, or wide would be another way to put it, than Theopolis is. Maybe you get a little wider, but not much.
Sosa got over there. The ball gets by him. Catcher backing up the play. And Theopolis a base runner here in the 5th inning for Team Royal.
Not really, no.
Sosa getting over to cover the bag on the ball hit to the right side. And we do see Kai Nee at the plate, a single in his first at bat. I was wondering if he would take his turn at the plate the next time it came through. 2 innings on the mound, was scheduled to go 3. I don't think we need to, or at least I don't go any further in terms of looking into that. Went 2 innings.
No, it's actually fairly common.
He on the mound with 3 strikeouts, gave up 2 base hits, was 87 with his top fastball velocity. Waited on that pitch and spoiled it foul. Runner goes, swing and a miss, throw down to second base, and a stolen base. For Theopolis, he's now at second. Max Pike on the ground, second base. And Pike retired. I believe Lytle at second, that's what we have. As Theopolis now at third base. Donovan Jeffrey takes a first pitch strike. Jeffrey a base hit, 1 for 1, a run scored. One ball, 1 strike count on Donovan Jeffrey.
Hey, 12:30 start. Promise. 30 minutes. Hey, 30 minutes.
Similar vicinity. Sosa did not get that call. It bounced off the mound just a bit.
Jeffrey just taking his time, taking all 5 pitches, I believe, in this at bat. Just waiting for the one he can drive.
Thought he had the pitch right there and sends it foul out of play. Swing and a miss at a nice breaking ball by Christopher Sosa. And a runner left in scoring position. Little handshake, Sosa and Theopolis.
Sosa just kept pumping the breaking balls to Jeffrey, probably respecting the number of hard hits that Jeffrey already has, and eventually won that battle.
'22 Sophomore National Showcase from the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Day number 3 for the rising sophomores. Junior National Showcase got underway last Saturday, wrapped up on Wednesday. Rising sophomores on Wednesday took infield, took outfield, first base instructions and drills, and then batting practice. 3 games yesterday, 3 more games today to wrap up. Aiden Kitchings is now on the mound for Team Royal. And Kitchings is slated to go 2 innings.
We've seen Kitchings mostly at third base prior to this. However, has been up to 87 on the mound in the past, so there's some arm strength there. Hasn't really thrown a lot at PG events. In fact, saw him 2 weeks ago at the 15U PG Southeast Elite Championships, playing for the 9th inning Royals. That's where he was 80 to 87 with a 72 curveball and 70 change. Struck out 5 and 3 1/3 innings and made the all-tournament team from that event.
The 9th inning Royals.
Considering that they play 7 innings at this level, it means they must play a lot of extra inning games, that outfit. Well, that probably carries a connotation of being clutch, coming through in the 9th inning.
Aiden Kitchings on the mound. Aiden Forrest at the plate. Forrest is scheduled to go 1 inning. And right now, in ink, on for the 9th inning for Team Royal. And a 3-ball, no strike count on the leadoff hitter for Team Gray here in the 6th inning. Swinging a foul tip. Kitchings gets the strike. And Forrest, first base side. First baseman coming down the line to make the catch. And that is Kai Nee.
Good job communicating there.
Christopher Sosa takes a turn at the plate. 0 for 1 so far, struck out. Big breaking ball stays up high. Kitchings up and in. Sosta has to twist out of the way. See the ghost runner coming across the diamond from the dugout to first base. Sosa showing the patience here. Runner takes off for second base. And in there safely. Hudson Chance is our ghost runner.
Thought he might have clipped him on the heel there, but evidently not.
Sosa sends one in the air to left field. And coming on to make the catch, Zion Theopolis. And the runner holds at second base. Sean Aschenfelder. A base hit, a double. 2 runs scored so far in this game for Team Gray. And the ball thrown away. Runner will come in to score. And the error continues the inning. Mason Pike at shortstop. Grayson Sack stands in. Breaking ball right there from Kitching, staying up high again. Runner goes, throw down to third base. Throw there in plenty of time. And Aschenfelder is cut down for the final out here in the top of the 6th inning, and Team Gray up a run, as Royal will come to the plate in the home 6th. And Kitching's on the mound as we take a look.
Kitching 6'4", 205, still 15 years old, so a lot of body to still grow into. Full hands overhead delivery.
Family members here at the East Cobb Complex.
Coming in to see a nice sunny Friday afternoon of baseball.
Where's the rest of their gear?
Those are the fans.
Those are the fans, but the water cooler, have to stay hydrated, maybe the towels, maybe some food items.
Concession stand?
You can always go to the concession stand, yes indeed. Never been one to shy away from the concession stand. And just past the noon hour as Joseph Girodo is now on here in the 6th inning. Our first look at him on the mound. He's scheduled to go into the next 2 for Team Gray.
I suspect we may not go the full 9 innings. Spaced knee not throwing that half inning. I have a feeling that Kitchings may not throw another inning himself, and I sort of get the overall feeling of fatigue from the players right now. It's been a busy 3 days for them in the early parts of a very busy summer, and throw in the hot mid to upper 90s weather. It just seems like there's a little fatigue out there. Maybe I'm just self-projecting myself out onto the East Cobb 1 field as well.
Well, certainly the credentials are there. You're beyond qualified to make that observation. Girodo. Taking his warm-up tosses on the mound. So Hudgens Chance, and there's Chance, along with Caleb Doty. Doty at first base, and he's been there not throughout, but has been on both sides of the diamond. Team Royal at the plate. Jonathan Coombs 0 for 1, struck out in his at-bat. Is at the DeMatha Catholic High School. Known for a terrific basketball program, many years under Morgan Wooten, Hall of Fame coach. I do Quinnipiac University basketball out of the MAC during the fall and winter, and my broadcast partner played for Morgan Wooten at that high school, DeMatha. And a nice piece of hitting by Coombs. Base hit against Joseph Girodo.
Coombs doesn't act like a primary football player on the baseball diamond. Sometimes you get the high level football player and the skills are a little on the raw side. Like there hasn't been a lot of repetitions, but Coombs has all the baseball actions on the baseball field.
Catch is made, and Coombs play in front of him. Had to get back to the bag as McCluskey retired. Playing right field by Ben Peterson. See Coombs scrambling back. He had to go about halfway. That ball falls in. The real opportunity to get the force out at second base. Wesley Bass. Bright colored bat. Swings and hammers one to left field. Laying out, diving, and making the catch. Terrific grab out in left field.
That's our former pitcher, Russ Martin. Flashing the leather out there. Martin, a primary right-handed pitcher, secondary outfielder, but showing his athleticism and having some fun out on the baseball field.
Opposite way into left field for the base hit. And Martin will play it back in. And O'Connell again showing that approach, going the opposite way.
What's he have, 4 hits so far the last 2 days?
I believe so. And Damian Gatson stands in for his at bat with 2 down and 2 on.
Saw Gatson beat out an infield hit and steal second and third and score on a wild pitch last time up, and he wears that one off his backside. So we'll have the bases loaded, I believe.
Swing and a miss by Gatson. Chases a pitch up in the zone.
Chirotto working 85-87, mostly with the fastball. So plenty of arm strength there, relying very heavily on that fastball. And an all fastball count here.
Going to be a tough play. And no play there as Gatson is able to reach. And that is the maximum 5 hitters for the inning.
We got to see Gatson's speed again as the shortstop had no play on that, and a smart play just to not make a throw at all. Here's the defensive play of the inning. Hey, that might be the defensive play of the game by Russ Martin out there in left field.
Provide a little pick-me-up, a little spark. Gianfrodo through his first inning on the mound. Who's on first? Their own rendition in the dugout. Russ Martin, just saw him make that fine play in left. Gave up 1 run in his stint on the mound and struck out 3. And now Aiden Forrest gets the 7th inning. So you did say you thought Kitchings would go on, and that's what we have. As Forrest will now face his teammates pitching for Team Royal here. Forrest, IMG Academy from Florida. Perfect game, top 1,000. Grayson Zach at the plate for Team Gray. Grayson Zach I have with 2 hits and a couple of runs batted in.
Stayed back on a curveball real well his last time up for a clean single up the middle. Where's that curveball?
Time again for one of our ghost runners. Who will it be? I'll give Zach a moment here. Remember, Mike Hargrove was referenced as his nickname, the human rain delay. That's our ghost runners. Tapper foul, third base side.
We spoke of the College World Series a little while back, and you mentioning nicknames gets me back to a nickname that I'm not so sure about. One of the featured players really in NCAA baseball this year for the University of Texas, the Hispanic Titanic, Ivan Melendez.
Yes.
I don't know about that nickname, the Hispanic Titanic.
School record for home runs for the Longhorns this year. I believe 32 going to Omaha. Well hit, right center field. And going back and making a nice catch on it. I believe Coombs now in center field. That Will Hines running, 16 at second base.
Put your camera bag under one of the legs.
Good breaking ball there and hit foul behind home plate.
Big, slow breaking ball at 64 miles an hour. Kind of hard to wait back on it.
Forrest, the pitcher, actually giving chase. Well hit, right field. And the catch is made. And that is out number 2.
Gatson out in right field.
That ball booted in short right field. And the throw across to third in time as Jeffrey applies the tag. So Team Royal will come to the plate in the 7th inning. Luke Papano thinking base hit. And they get the runner at third base. Mason Pike, I believe, staying with that one. And you see Donovan Jeffrey applying the tag.
Wanted to shout out to the home plate umpire on that last play. He was all the way down past third base to be in position to make that call. Great hustle there by our home plate umpire.
We just heard we're done pitching.
Sort of tells me we're in the last of the bottom half of the last inning. Could we only go 7 instead of 9?
Well, Doty on the other side, written in for 2 innings, as we see Joseph Chirotto take the mound. Chirotto is getting his 2nd inning on the mound. So could we possibly see Doty go to the other side like we've seen?
Hold on.
We could see Doty actually pitch a half inning for both teams if he indeed is ready to go 2 innings.
All right, we're good. Hey,
Sometimes you go on the fly, sometimes you improvise, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's certainly wouldn't be anywhere near the first time where we've had a pitcher throw a half inning, go back to the bench, have a drink, sit down for 30 seconds, go back right out to the mound again, and throw the bottom half of the inning. So that could be what's happening.
Red versus white, our 3rd game. Players for both those squads waiting in the wings. Gianfrodo faced the maximum 5 hitters, gave up a run through 87 top velocity. Gabriel Winans at the plate. It's a name that stands out. Skies one in the air, left field. And that is out number 1. Catch made by Russ Martin. Here's Aiden Kitchings at the plate. Nice job by Gianfrodo fielding his position. Pano is now at first. Zion Theopolis at the plate for Team Royal. Takes down and in. And we'll have a base runner here in the 7th inning for Team Royal.
Gianfrodo had been showing really nice command of his fastball. Sort of cruised through the first inning and 2/3. He's based on strikes. Got a little inconsistent there, and we have a caught stealing.
And that will end the inning here in the 7th inning as Donovan Jeffrey is cut down. He was the ghost runner.
And a good job there by the shortstop, Aschenfelder, I believe that is.
Yes.
Haven't really seen, I think the majority of these players haven't played a lot on turf, and because there has been some difficulty making that pick off the turf, which seeing it's going to be a perfect true skip every time is something they will learn as they play on turf a lot more.
Almost feel like it's a trust factor because on dirt, you're anticipating where it's going. On turf, you're going to get that true hop. It's almost as if you're just not allowing yourself to mentally believe it's coming in like that.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It's learning to trust that, yes, it's going to take a true bounce. And, when you're playing on a big league quality field or professional level field, much the same happens when the dirt's very consistent. The grass is very firm and consistent. But on any turf field, it's going to come up, unless it hits a seam, which is very rare, it's going to come up the same every time.
Well, Grayson Zach, we have seen him move around on the infield, and now we see him on the mound. Was not on the original list of pitchers, but he does get the top of the 8th inning. And Zach pitching for Team Royal. He'll face his great teammates.
Hudson Chance with
Yep.
ground out to first base.
Stumbled
Slip
just
coming
a little
here.
bit there.
Yeah, stumbled. We've seen that a number of times.
Kai Nee has been at first base, was the pitcher at the start for Team Royal. Connor Lytell swings at a slow breaking pitch. Second base. And Lytell retired.
Grayson Zach doing a nice job of throwing strikes, which is the big thing you want a secondary pitcher to do, especially one that may not have a lot of experience on the mound. Although Zach did throw 23 innings last summer in PG events, so there's some experience there. He's thrown 6 out of 7 pitches for strikes thus far. And of course, I shouldn't say that, as he will proceed to throw a ball every time. Then Peterson at the plate.
Good pitch there. And Grayson Zach finishes off the strikeout against Peterson.
Nice clean inning for Zach, up to 83 on the fastball, 67 mile an hour breaking ball, and most importantly, about 80% strikes, moving the game along.
So we'll see who takes the mound here for the last of the 8th inning. It could be Caleb Doty. And it is Doty who is now on the mound. Olive Branch, Mississippi. Not the first pitcher to lose his cap. We've seen Doty on the corners on the infield, his first appearance on the mound. First batter for Royal will be Zion Theopolis. This one is sent foul out of play. Doty looks like that position guy on the mound. And he picks up the quick strikeout. Kai Nee gets an at bat for Team Royal. Base hit earlier in the game.
Doty certainly working fast and throwing strikes.
Back-to-back strikeouts, throw down to first base, and Kai Nee is retired. And that's out number 2. Papano is at first base for Team Gray. Mason Pike now stands in against Doty. Bermuda Triangle out there in left center field, and a 2-out base runner as Pike is able to reach.
You got like all curveballs. Huh? You got like all curveballs. What do you say? You got like all curveballs.
Brings the plate. Donovan Jeffrey.
One more at bat.
Yep,
I've
from
enjoyed
Chester,
watching his
Virginia.
at-bats.
Oh, yes, very much. You better be up there hacking. Stode's going to be throwing strikes.
Breaking ball in the dirt. This will advance the runner. Fastball taken up high. Chopper, third base side. And running was Jeffrey to third, and heads up base running alert. Pike rather, he comes in to score.
That almost had the effect of a hit and run. The third baseman was going over to cover the bag on Pike stealing, and Jeffrey hit a little dribbler that the third baseman would have normally cut off in front of the shortstop, but he wasn't there. But you're right, heads up base running by Pike, never really stopped. Came all the way around to second to score in an infield single.
Jonathan Coombs now at the plate. And Coombs out on strikes. We are going to continue here, as it will keep Caleb Doty on the mound. And Reagan McCluskey gets an at-bat. Another impressive hitter who's opened up some eyes and certainly worthy of taking notice of.
Well, there's definitely the strength to hit, and there's been the barrel skills to hit. And he's hit the ball hard to both sides of the field, so it's a flexible swing, makes adjustments.
Pulls this one just outside of third base, and a foul ball.
Hooked around that a bit, and he's been best when he's been staying behind the ball and driving it really right center field, left center field.
Breaking pitch from Doty. Well, he got the third out, did not take that breather, but continues. On the mound now, facing Royal. Kluski. A couple of foul balls on the third base side, sending that one the opposite way. Fastballs the rest of this at bat to McCluskey. Finds a strike zone there. And that is going to wrap up our game for Team Royal and Team Gray. So we've got one more, Team Red and Team White waiting in the wings. Again, strong pitching. And Dave, I think you nailed it earlier when you observed fatigue setting in.
Definitely think so. Almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. These players have been at it for 3 days. And we do have to remember most of them still 15 years old. And it's not like this is the first event they've played in this summer, but saw some highlights, saw some speed, saw some defensive plays. Nice play there, in fact, by Mason Pike with his perception. But as you said, one more coming, the red and the white, and probably starting that in what, about a half an hour?
No official word yet, but we will be up and running shortly with our final game of the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. And again, red versus right to wrap up our action on day number 2 of games right here on perfectgame.tv. We have a beautiful setting on this Friday afternoon in Marietta, Georgia, as we welcome you to the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase from the East Cobb Baseball Complex, our third and final game of the Rising Sophomores National Showcase. And our final matchup here on day number 2 of games features Team White versus Team Red, along with David Ronsley. I'm Steve Lennox, delighted to have you on board. And David, here we go, our final game. And 2 teams yesterday. We're going to see a whole lot of pitchers today after they were both effective on the mound on Thursday.
Yeah, excited for this game. It's a number of pitchers I'm looking forward to seeing. And, of course, especially the red team. Looking forward to seeing the red middle infielders or infielders in general have some real dynamic athletes who've already performed well. Christian De Los Santos for red with the big home run yesterday. Sean Gamble and Zahir Barsham with their athleticism. So we should have a fun one today in this wrap-up game of the Sophomore National Showcase.
Navy and black played earlier this morning. Our second game also in the books with Team Royal and Team Gray finishing up a short time ago. And Brandon Gonzalez working here in the first inning. Mason Shermer, the leadoff hitter for Team Red.
And I saw Gonzalez pitch at Sunshine's East. I think it was about a month ago, although the weekends run together at this point. But I really enjoyed watching him pitch. He's got just a great body for a pitcher, and all his actions are so loose and easy. He's still playing all the positions. We saw him work out outfield, infield, first base. I've seen him hit the last yesterday. But he's going to be a pitcher, and it's just a package I think is going to keep improving so much with his athleticism and his loose arm. And up to 85 now and can spin the ball, but that's just a touch of what he's going to do as he continues to develop as a player.
Shermer sends one foul out of play down the third base side. My partner Dave Ronsley with the Astros organization from '89 through 1997. Finished up with the Astros organization as the assistant scouting director and coordinator of international scouting. Now in his 20th year with Perfect Game as a scout, writer, and broadcaster. And 33 years in the scouting industry. Time called for at home plate. See Shermer, his stance, stands deep in the box from the left side. And Gonzalez deals. And a base runner with the ghost runner here in the first inning. No walks, no hit by pitch. If you get to a fourth ball on the count, we know the hitter at the plate is going to see fastballs for the duration of the at-bat. As we see Caleb Danzian running at first base for Team Red. This one pulled on the ground through the right side. Danzian will make the turnaround second. And he will go to third. The throw comes across, and he is in there safely on the throw from right field from Dominic Hurley. And Mikael Holden taking the throw as we take a look at Shermer collecting the game's first hit.
And Shermer just keeps hitting, and we're going to have to, as a staff, continue to recognize that. Only ranked 310th overall in the class, but that's sure to go up. But just looking at the numbers, a career .454 hitter with a .530 on base and 51 PG games. You know, this is a productive left-handed bat that just keeps hitting.
Evan DeMario will start behind the plate, take a couple of innings off, and then be behind the plate later on in this game, according to the defensive chart that we've received.
And just noted something else about Brandon Gonzalez on the mound that jumps out at me, along with his obvious talent, is that he's very young for the class, 15 years, 2 months old. Very young in the face as well. They're very advanced physically.
DeMario with runners at first and third and nobody out here in the top of the first inning. Runner goes from first base and DeMario out on the strikeout. Gonzalez scheduled to go the first 2 innings. We anticipate seeing Josh Gibbs on the mound for Team White. Dominic Hurley, Nash Pierce, Jalen Fox, Mikhail Holden. Mark Brissy, corner infielder for Team Red. And we saw Brissy on the mound Thursday.
Yeah, it was up to 90 yesterday on the mound. Very impressive outing for him. I want to get back to that strikeout pitch to the previous hitter that went all the way to the backstop. Catcher completely, hitter whiffed on it, catcher whiffed on it. That was a changeup that just darted inside and late.
Brissy on the mound, impressive with his curveball and changeup as well. Brissy 92 off the bat, one of the top exit velocities during batting practice on Wednesday. Omar Cerna, who we'll see for Team Red, was 99 off the bat. Brissy takes the pitch up and away from Gonzalez. Gonzalez working some deep counts here in this first inning. Brissy stays alive and makes Gonzalez continue to work out there on the mound.
Steve, did you mention in going through the pitchers how many innings this game is scheduled for?
It looks like we have 9.
Okay.
And we know that could change. Anticipation is our word of the day. And as Shermer out at second base, reached with a single. Brissy sends one in the air to center field. Lining it up, the center fielder, Joshua Campbell. And the runners retreat back to the bags. And that's the second out of the inning. A run across against Gonzalez. Team Red looking for more. See Campbell in center field. Bennett Gammon gets in at bat. Gammon will play right field to start. Also will get some time in center field. Grounds this one towards second base. Julian Carter tosses over to first and the side retired. Couple of runners left on against Brandon Gonzalez here in the top of the first inning. And Team Red planting a run.
Gonzalez did throw some pitches. I have him at 23 pitches, but excuse me, maintained his velocity well. He was up to 86. And he gets a lot of life on that pitch. I think some of it's just going to be learning to trust your stuff, and with the movement he gets and the future velocity, just throw it down the middle, let the movement and the velocity do the rest of the work, and not try to pick and hit corners and stuff quite yet in his young career.
Team White in the dugout. And Omar Cerna has shined behind the plate defensively, and we've seen him also put together some pretty good at-bats. And Omar Cerna is on the mound, expected to go 1 inning for Team Red on this Friday afternoon.
I think this is a pitch before you go back behind the plate and catch plan here, although Cerna has been up to 90 on the mound with his fastball, and that's not a surprise. Anybody who can throw 86 in catcher's gear out of a crouch, you know the arm strength's there.
Initial plan is to pitch the first, take off the second, and then catch 3 innings, take off an inning, and then play 2 at third for Cerna.
Right.
We'll see how that plays out. As you get a look at Taylor Tracy. Behind Cerna, Caleb Danzian expected to pitch 1 inning, then Aiden Price for 3. And then Carter Dirks for 3. And Tyler Wood will get the 9th inning. We're not worried about a save situation.
Still looking forward to seeing whether Danzian is going to be a two-handed pitcher, because that's what's on his he's rostered as a both-handed pitcher. And that's not something you see every day. Maybe you've never seen it if you're out there watching this game from the Sophomore National Showcase, but we might see it today.
Tracy going up there, first pitch swinging, knocked down. Great recovery by Omar Cerna on the mound.
Cerna showing his athleticism, showing his footwork. I was a little worried with him throwing from that low slot on the move that would end up wild, but threw a strike over to first base. Give another look at that. Well executed.
Cole Gilmore, seeing 91 from Omar Cerna on the mound.
Cerna just firing fastballs in, 90-91 on the fastball so far, and from a real simple delivery. Isn't really selling out to get that velocity either from the looks of it.
Challenges him there. Ball rolled on the ground towards second. They get the out at second base and no return throw. Up the middle for Team Red, Christian De Los Santos and Zahir Barjam.
De Los Santos knew that he didn't have a chance at 2, just wanted to make a good, clean throw to get that lead runner.
Gilmore reaches on the fielder's choice. Xavier, I have it as Byums. Is that what you have? B-Y-U-M-S?
Pardon me?
Our hitter now. I think added to the bottom of the roster, number 30.
I'm going to have to check that.
Cerna trying to get the final out and hits the batter here. So we'll have a runner as Gilmore moves up to second base. And 91, 92 miles an hour with his fastball. pitch there taken for a strike. 91 on the radar reading. Gilmore, the lead runner at second base. Ground ball towards short. Bar jam across the diamond. And in time to get the hitter. Byams, and that retires the side. 2 runners left on base here for Omar Cerna in his 1 inning on the mound for Team Red.
Finally got to the information on Xavier Byams. Primary third baseman, 5'11", 200 pounds, from Lilburn, Georgia, attends Marist High School. I'm sure an add-on based on the number of players available for this final game of the Sophomore National Showcase.
Omar Cerna, 89-92 with the fastball, breaking ball at about 78 miles an hour. And Team Red back in the dugout, putting a run against Brandon Gonzalez in the first inning. Gonzalez scheduled to go the first 2 for Team White. '22 Sophomore National Showcase from East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Wrapping up, the juniors started last Saturday. Rising sophomores started on Wednesday, playing 2 full games over 2 days. As Gonzalez waiting on the mound patiently.
Steve, you asked me what the rest of the summer and where from here it was on my calendar. What's on the broadcast? What's on the broadcasting calendar for you the rest of the summer?
That's a TBA.
TBA.
Yes, have work, will travel. Right now, just working out of Bristol with ESPN. I'll be in studio for MLB over the weekend, and that's where I'm at right now. Some things on the radar that, as you know, can go either way, can go north or south.
Trust me, I do not have my floor. I know where I'm going to be up to July 29th, and I have no idea where I'm going to be in August.
There you go. I'm looking forward to the weekend. My wife's birthday Monday, and I'm getting back into reading my Ricky Henderson book by Howard Bryant. Soft liner into right field, and a base hit, and going for 2. And making it in there is Micah Matthews for Team Red.
And that sort of just continues the theme for Micah Matthews. He's reached base at least 4 times, but a big one of the real power hitters of this 2025 class, but has been really showing his speed and so far in this event, and ability to move the ball around the field and use that athleticism and speed rather than just the big power.
And speaking of power, here is Cerna.
Power arm, power bat.
Yes. Mentioned the top exit velocity in batting practice on Wednesday. Breaking ball up high, throw down, and in there safely is Micah Matthews. Raquel Holden trying to apply the tag there for Team White at third base.
Cerna just missed it on that swing there. It was right on the Gonzalez fastball. Gonzalez just shook off a pitch. I don't think he wants to throw that fastball again with that cut that Cerna had.
on the ground to first base. And Cerna does the job, gets the runner. Matthews in from third base. As Taylor Tracy taking care of that one. Tyler Wood stands in for Team Red as they played a run against Gonzalez here in the second. Breaking ball. Taken for a ball by Tyler Wood.
Sort of have the same theme here from Gonzalez. He's not missing by much. He's not scattering the backstop or anything like that, but just missing up, just missing down, just missing to the glove side. But in the end, running his pitch count up a little bit.
And wouldn't classify him as we've got the runner at first base. He's not nibbling. He's just missing right now, I think.
Just missing a bit. And that's about, 4 balls outside. Nothing that you can point to in his delivery that would say, this is going on and it's keeping him from throwing strikes. It might just be a matter of, realistically, he's 15 years, 2 months old and 6'3" and still growing into his long-limbed frame.
Wood sends that one foul right behind home plate. Was on that pitch. Chases a pitch up in the zone there. Tyler Wood is out on strikes. 81 from Gonzalez. And now we'll see Riker Benz. Ben's an Oklahoma commit from St. Louis, Missouri. Pitches up high, throw down to second base. And in there with a stolen base, and now in scoring position is Bennett Gammon. Give the information on the catcher, Xavier Byams from Lilburn, Georgia. He's 14 years old. Fill in as Team White ran out of catchers. And that one gets by the shortstop and into left center field. Bennett Gammon comes in from second to score. And Riker Benz adding to Team Red's lead here in the inning. That one got by the shortstop, Nash Pierce.
Yeah, Byams, much like Cole Gilmore, white number 29, who we introduced yesterday as a substitute catcher. The 2 white catchers, White originally had 2 catchers on their roster. One of them was not able to come at the last minute. The other, Carson Quillen, evidently could only stay for 1 day. So our showcase directors went behind the scenes and picked up some other talented players. And Byam's definitely a talented player. He's hit .338 and hit with 8 home runs in his perfect game career.
Here, Barjam at the plate for Team Red, as Gonzalez continues to battle in his second and what is likely his final inning on the mound for Team White. So you see the rag out there on the back side of the pitcher's mound, and notice there is a rosin bag out there as well for this game. Barjam sends one in the air to left field, and the shortstop doing a nice job going out, Nash Pierce, and that ends the inning. A couple of runs across for Team Red against Brandon Gonzalez as we take a look at his day on the mound here at the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase.
Gonzalez, just so much potential, and yes, strikes weren't consistent today, but that arm works so well, and it's such a good buy. I look forward to when he is not out playing three positions and working out and being a two-way athlete and spends more time concentrating on the mound, because he could blossom really, really fast.
Caleb Danzeisen is the new pitcher for Team Red. And Danzeisen scheduled to go one inning on the mound. So he's still got the wristbands on. Danzeisen starting on the bench, but also in the lineup. We will see him in left field, and also we'll see him behind the plate later on in this game. But right now we get him on the mound.
If you want to know how hard catching is physically, just look at the way we've set up these pitching rotations, where the young men, Cernan, Danzeisen, who are going to be catching later, we're putting them on the mound first.
Great point. Evan DeMario back behind the plate for Team Red. We'll get a couple of innings off and then be behind the plate again later on in this one. Brandon Gonzalez at the plate now for Team White. 2 innings on the mound, 3 runs allowed. Gonzalez, top fastball at 86. Hits this one the opposite way towards second base. And Gonzalez retired by the second baseman, Christian De Los Santos. Joshua Campbell at the plate for Team White. Campbell, Michigan commit from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Detroit County or Detroit Country Upper Day. Rips this one foul down the third base side. Bullpens are going to be active for this one. Team Red set to throw 5 pitchers in this one, and 6 on the other side for Team White. That one floats up high for a ball.
So it's just going to be like a big league game, is what you're saying, right, Steve?
You're not going to get that second time through the lineup, right? In this one, yes. Touched on that earlier. Big league pitchers. And I just I don't know. Every time I bring that topic up, I think, okay, if your ace is not going to work deep into a game, how are you paying that pitcher? Ball booted momentarily, and that's going to allow Joshua Campbell to reach here. Shortstop for Team Red early on is Zahir Barjan, but if we're going to the future where your starting pitchers are only going 5 innings, and a quality start in the big leagues is 6 innings, 3 earned runs or less. If you're only going 5 or 6 innings and you're not going 7 or 8, I'm not paying a pitcher north of $30 million. Of course, I don't have that money, so I don't have to worry about that.
Well,
Fly ball, center field.
That's one of the fun things about being a sports fan, such as you get to speculate and spend other people's money. But that's a very good point. And that's something I think that I'm sure the agents, the general managers are very well aware of. If starting pitching is being devalued just by the usage, and that's always been of course, the rationale for not paying relievers.
Throw down to second base, and in there safely is Joshua Campbell. Ethan Kloss was retired on the ball to center field.
I mean, the market right now for the very best closers in Major League Baseball is what, $16 million a year?
Yeah, fast approaching 18, yes.
16, 18, but there is a ceiling on that just because of usage, and all of a sudden, that drops in center field?
Lands in front of the center fielder Wood.
But to continue on that point, if your starting pitcher is only throwing 160 to 180 innings, and you need to have a 13 pitcher 13 or 14 pitchers on your staff, that's certainly, except for the guys who are going to go 220, or the Scherzers or DeGroms if he's healthy, that are just so dominant and have been dominant for so long. There's I can see what you're saying about starting pitching salaries, evolving downward.
Wood has been busy in center field. Hurley retired. And Team White out here in the home second inning. I think of Garrett Cole, one of the most recent pitchers to sign a lengthy, big-time contract. And Yankee fans aren't even happy with the start to this season as we approach July. And they're, 31 games over 500.
Yankee fans are never happy. So
Exactly. That we certainly can agree upon. And, Cole, your ace, you're gonna pay an ace, to me, your number 1, your number 2 starters, those guys you have to rely on them to be able to go 7-8 innings. And that's not the case anymore. Your 3-4 starters, you want 6 or 7 out of them. You'll take that 5 innings every once in a while. Your number 5 starter, he's a 5-6 inning guy. That's sort of how it used to be. But Garrett Cole has not pitched consistently 7th, 8th inning every outing. Cortez now for the Yankees is more that guy who's going to eat up innings and save a bullpen. Now you don't have that day during the week where you're able to save the bullpen. And it's interesting how managers use their bullpens nowadays, where we're down a run, so we are going to use this guy to try to keep it a 1-run ball game. And you may not have wanted to use him in that game, but certain guys you're not going to use down 2 or 3 runs out of the bullpen. But all of a sudden, late in the game, all of a sudden they're going to heat up because you've gotten within striking distance with a run or 2. And it's interesting. I just don't see how the bullpens, the way they're being used, can be sustainable.
Josh,
going forward.
And I will follow up on this. First one to introduce Josh Gibbs, our new pitcher for the white team. Primary shortstop from Cumming, Georgia, 5'10", 155 pounds. Forsyth Central High School and the East Cobb Astros 15U Navy team.
Christian De Los Santos will be the first batter to face Gibbs. De Los Santos from Miami, Florida. And a big home run for Team Red on Thursday. Go ahead, continue with your thought process there on the pitching.
Yeah, and my thought, when you have a deep bullpen, as De Los Santos being aggressive, first pitch fastball swinging, singles that up the middle. You have Garrett Cole coming out of the game because all the analytics show that the third time through the order or the fourth time through the order, you become less effective because the pitchers have seen you before. But you're taking Garrett Cole, who arguably has top 5 stuff amongst all pitchers in the big leagues, and you're replacing him with a reliever who is maybe the 8th, 9th, 10th best pitcher on your staff, a middle inning reliever. And my argument would be, wouldn't Garrett Cole in the third or fourth time through the order be better and more effective than that 8th to 10th best pitcher on your staff coming into the game? Because but just by definition, pitching staffs used to be 10 member staffs, so maybe 11, and now they're 13 or 14. You have 3 AAA pitchers, what used to be AAA pitchers, up on your big league pitching staff. And those are the guys you're bringing in middle relief now? Instead of Garrett Cole going a 8th inning or a 7th inning? That doesn't seem to me to make a lot of intuitive sense.
Dan Zyson up the middle. And a base hit into center field. De Los Santos will move to second and stop there. And to me, it's not even necessarily a recent trend of, minor league pitchers are going to be taken care of. They're not going to, I go back to Zach Greinke in the minor leagues, 19, 20 years old. He was able to, they wanted him to stretch him out as a starter, move up the ladder quickly. But, I go back for a short time, long time ago, this fly ball is not going to advance the runners. I sort of got myself in trouble once. I was working when it was just XM radio out of D.C. I was on occasion covering the Orioles, Phillies, and Nationals. And I was in Baltimore. I was at Camden Yards one night. I was in the Oriole clubhouse and talking with a pitcher who had pitched the night before. And actually, it might have been post game. And in a 1-0 game, he was at 95 pitches and he's taken out of the game. So I asked him, I said, was there conversation about you being, you staying in the game? As we take a look at Evan DeMario, and I kind of persisted to say, the answer was I reached my pitch count, and he was content to say that. And I kind of, was persistent with it, and other reporters were like, okay, let's move on here. And I wanted an answer. Why would you allow yourself to be taken out of a 1-0 ball game? And it just baffled me. And that was the beginning of it, but it's just, okay, we're going to hit a particular number. He was 95, 100 pitches as De Los Santos comes in to score. And Team Red doing a nice job adding on. And pitchers know they're going to hit that magical number, and their gas tank is empty. And I think it's a mental part of it, too, where, okay, I'm done. I've done my job. And to me, it's you could still keep going. Mario with a base hit. Dan Zyson now the lead runner at second base.
The red team swinging the bats. Certainly Gibbs filling up the strike zone, but they're coming back at him just as hard as he's throwing them, if not harder.
Mark Brissy, his second at bat. It'll be interesting to see where the future goal goes. It starts at this level, goes to the college game. And I think with less minor league teams, less pitchers on staffs, as he picks up the strikeout, and Team Red adding on here against Josh Gibbs in the top of the third inning.
I just took a quick look at Zach Greinke, we used as an example, and you've mentioned Greinke many times over the last few days. As we look at Josh Gibbs' inning on the mound here. But Greinke, as a 19-year-old in the minors, threw 140 innings. That may never happen again in the history of baseball. As a 20-year-old in the big leagues, 145 innings as a 21-year-old in the big leagues, 183 innings. And those type of inning totals for a 19, 20, 21-year-old just aren't going to happen today. Just flat out are not going to happen. You're never going to see a 21-year-old out of high school throwing 183 innings in a professional baseball season.
And there was a progression there with the numbers that you gave. And you know very well, Dave, you can protect them, but if an elbow is going to blow out or a shoulder is going to go bad, it's going to go bad. Not to run that, I'm not insinuating you run them out there, but it's just, it's different at this point in time. And, you know, I mean, Max Scherzer, manager comes out to take the baseball, and he's giving the death stare.
Yeah,
there aren't going to be too many.
Max Scherzer's earned the right to say,
yes,
no, I'm not coming out of the game.
Right.
It's much like
right.
a basketball player. Steph Curry was not coming out of that game yesterday, you know, with the Golden State Warriors. You know, you earn the right to do that, certainly.
But there are fewer and fewer Max Scherzers of the world, and a couple of years down the line, we'll see every pitcher. Just manager comes out, it's over. Hand the ball over and move on. And we move on for Aiden Price. Left-hander is now on for Team Red here in the bottom half of the third inning.
I believe we have Price down for 3 innings of work.
Yes.
Primary left-handed pitcher from Tallapoosa, Georgia.
He's our long reliever.
15 years, 7 months. Plays for the 5-star West Black.
Well, I just looked. I was going through my notes for Team Red, and there is a line through his name, Sean Gamble, who had a nice game on Thursday for Team Red at the plate. One of the players who have departed, as Aiden Price is now ready to go to work against this Team White lineup. And we look at Mikhail Holden. And the first delivery is a fastball from Price, taken up high for ball 1. Holden rips this one, but fouled down the left field line, just a little bit out in front.
Got a pitch he could handle there, and on a top 10 strongest looking players at this Sophomore National Showcase, I think Holden would be in that top 10. Really strong look, 6 foot, 180. The strength's not going to help him against the slow curveball.
Alabama commit from Hoover, Alabama, has participated in the Major League Baseball Tour ID Series in Montgomery. Called it a cool experience. Got to meet a lot of kids from different players. Learned a lot from many of the former big league players and coaches. Also plays football and basketball. #1 ranked third baseman in the state of Alabama by perfect game. Cal shares his mom, Rena, played college basketball at Southeastern Louisiana and coached at the Division I level in women's basketball for over 20 years.
Nice.
Father Elmer played baseball at Southern University. To look his mom up. Aiden Price, again, scheduled to go 3 innings for Team Red.
Price has very unusual front leg mechanics in that he Sort of throws it out there low, takes that short stride, and so far isn't getting over the ball very consistently, either on his fastball or his curveball with that short stride. Pretty much comes over the top, tries to lever that upper body.
Holden retired. Nash Pierce at the plate. And grounds one foul outside of third base. Pitch bounces up there from Price, and the runner takes off for second. Taylor Cherisi, our runner at second base for Team White. Inside it hit him. And Pierce lost the bat, appears to be all right.
I think it got him in the shoulder first, that shoulder right by the neck area. Right there in the upper back.
Home plate umpire giving him a moment to collect himself. Pierce is now ready. That sets up first and second with one out here in the third inning. Brandon Gonzalez went 2 innings for Team Red. Topped out at 86 miles an hour with 63-67 with his curveball. Do you see an adjustment that Price needs to make here?
Well, what he's doing, when it's almost like he's hanging his front foot low, just almost like a hitter hangs his front foot. And that variable for me. And variables are the enemy of hitters and pitchers, because if you're not on time with when he gets that front foot down, your arm isn't going to be on time coming through. And I think that's what he's struggling right now. And I think it's all comes from that stride and that sort of hang and drift that he has down low with his front leg. Because he's buried a few pitches and he's missed up. He just hasn't found that middle range in his timing with his stride and when his arm comes through. Now, obviously that worked.
Another pitch up in the zone. And Pierce at the plate. Batting with 2 on and 1 down in the inning. Took one off the back earlier in this at bat, putting the ghost runner on base.
That was Price's 20th pitch so far this inning.
That one fouled off at home plate. He's been 78 with 6 straight pitches. Make it 7 straight pitches. Pierce gets under one. Catcher takes a look, but this one out of play, and actually comes back on to the field. And that should be Cerna, who we saw for 1 inning on the mound in the first inning, back behind the plate now. Another pop-up. First base. And taking care of it is Mason Shermer. So 2 down on the inning. And Price trying to leave 2 runners on. And Josh Gibbs comes to the plate. Saw Gibbs on the mound in the top of this inning, scheduled to go 1. That one glances off the catcher. And Cerna tracks it down. Chopper, third base. And that will retire Josh Gibbs. Nice throw across the diamond by Brissy. And Price done with his first inning, again expected to go 3. As they'll talk things over here for a moment. And Team Red on top 5-0. They did a nice job adding on as they'll come to the plate in the 4th inning. Again, we take a look at Aiden Price. See if he makes an adjustment in his 2nd inning on the mound. Right now he'll take a breather in the dugout.
I'm still thinking about our reliever conversation and thinking about how we see Dominic Hurley come out to the mound. Thinking about how I read an article the other day, one of those nearing mid-season articles where you go through and you list every contender's needs. It was on ESPN or The Athletic or something. And every single team they listed, from the Yankees and Dodgers all the way down into the middle of the pack, all listed primary need, relief pitching. And you shake your head and you wonder. It's like, gee, we expanded from 10, 11-man staffs to 13, 14-man staffs, and all of a sudden we're short of relievers. Well, it's just because we just added 100 big league pitchers onto pitching staffs that previously weren't even big league pitchers. So of course we're short of them. We went from 5 a team, 150 in the majors, to 8 or 9 a team, 270 or so in the majors. And yes, that's where all the relievers went. They were used to be in Double-A. Now you can't find big league quality relievers to fill out your staff.
Bennett Gammon, the hitter here in the top of the 4th inning, and to that point, we could see expansion down the road.
It's not like expansion or expanding a staff or expanding the number of teams is going to expand the number of big league quality pitchers.
Right. Gammon will reach to open up the top of the 4th inning.
And actually these pitchers seem to be doing pretty well. Isn't offense at a low ebb in the recent history of Major League Baseball?
Much to the dismay of people who love the offense. I'll take the 1-0, 2-1 ball game every single time I go to a ballpark. This one sails to the backstop. Gammon down to 2nd. And did he come off the bag? He did. Tag applied nicely. Julian Carter as we take another look at Gammon.
Tried that hand hook slide around the outside, but just kept on going.
And Carter stayed right there with him. Micah Matthews stood in initially with the runner on base. Now base is empty.
I'm going to have to change it from the powerful Micah Matthews to the speedy Micah Matthews based on his performance the last 2 days in the games. Always on base, but always using his speed to get there and to advance.
Foul tip into the mitt of the catcher. I always like reading in spring training, team is, they've got pitching depth. And they may trade from their surplus.
There's no such thing as a
There's
pitching
no such
surplus.
thing as a surplus. The next day, you could be down a starter. You could be down 2 relievers.
And the Padres have 7 qualified, quality, big league starting pitchers right now. And it's the same sort of speculation. Well, they can deal to firm up their bullpen or to get a better, outfielder or something. It's like, no, you have 7 quality major league pitchers. Keep them.
Right.
Because you're not going to find any more all of a sudden on the waiver wire.
I tell my front office, you better think long and hard as De Los Santos, a base runner at first, long and hard before you trade any type of pitching in the organization. And I go back, there's an anniversary of Keith Hernandez being traded from the Cardinals to the Mets in 1983, and Hernandez recently shared on a Mets broadcast, went into Whitey Herzog's office, and Herzog just told him, hey, we need pitching. And we need pitching, and we traded you for pitching. And they got Neil Allen and Rick Ownby. And Ownby at the time was considered a pitching prospect in the Mets organization, never really did a whole heck of a lot at the major league level. Neil Allen was a reliever for years to come. But, the one thing we never want to trade is our prospects, because they're prospects, and there's that glimpse into the future of what they can be, and our eyes get wide open as Cerna is at the plate. But when you see those trades, I love going back and looking at trades where a package went back for a pitcher or a big bat, and those prospects don't end up panning out in many ways.
Oh, but when they do, it's beautiful. When you trade
It is.
Doyle Alexander, two months
There
of
you
Doyle
go.
Alexander for John Smoltz, or you trade two months of Larry Anderson for Jeff Bagwell. Oh, it's beautiful when it works out.
A nice inning for Dominic Hurley. He is expected to go 2 innings for Team White.
It was a nice inning, working up to 84 on the fastball. Getting some swing and miss on pitches rising out of the zone.
And here we see Aiden Price taking the mound for his 2nd inning. Price for Team Red, 1 inning, and threw 25 total pitches. Was 78, 78, 78, hit as high as 79. We'll see what he can do here in his 2nd inning. Again, expected to go 3. Carter Dirks behind him. And then Tyler Wood. 5-0 ball game here in the 4th inning. This one's scheduled to go 9 based on the pitchers available for both teams. Navy and black wrapped up. Sophomore National Showcase from here in Marietta, Georgia earlier in the day. Team Royal, Team Gray, the middle game earlier. That one completed. Players have already departed. And likely in the lineup on Saturday for a travel ball team. Jalen Fox at the plate for Team White. Fox in the air to center field. Plenty of room out there in center for Micah Matthews. There's Micah Matthews. So let's see if Price builds on that as he retires a leadoff hitter. Julian Carter stands in. Carter comes up empty. Carter from Sandy Springs, Georgia, infielder, Riverwood High School, Dodgers scout team. Dreamer desired school puts Arizona State. Cousin of Brewers outfielder Lorenzo Cain.
That's a good bit of information. Lorenzo Cain, one of the most respected big leaguers, I think, in the game amongst those who are in the game, whether it be as a teammate or as a leader.
Just reading on Carter, was a member of the RBI World Series championship team. Opportunity to cover that one for a couple of years with MLB Advanced Media. Ground ball towards shortstop. And the out recorded at first base. A nice job by Aiden Price. Scuffled a little bit in his first inning. May have made an adjustment. Does a nice job here to work a quick and easy inning as they get the ground ball out to shortstop.
Definitely was around the strike zone more, hitting his spots, working ahead in the count. So, yeah, definitely a strong second inning. I believe Price scheduled to go 3.
Yes.
That was kind of in doubt if he'd had another long inning, but I think with that short inning there, we probably should see a third inning from the young left-hander.
So Red on top by a score of 5-0 as we go to the top of the 5th inning. Turned away in the 4th inning. They had scored runs in each of the first 3 innings in this game. Doing a nice job early on, adding on to a lead. And we will see Dominic Hurley for one more inning against the Red lineup. Hurley from Cary, North Carolina, just outside of Raleigh.
Cary, the home of USA Baseball. Been to that ballpark in Cary many times over the years.
And we've talked about bucket lists. I tell people that all the time. That is a place that I'll add this one to the list. And Cary's just phenomenal.
Except for one small detail.
Okay.
Field 1 at Cary is the hottest field of any field I have ever been at in 33 years. If you sit behind the plate, it's the metal bleachers on top of metal grounding, and the field faces into the sun. And when you have a let's say 11 or 12 o'clock game there on a July North Carolina day, it can be it feels like your bacon sitting on the grill. And you almost are forced to go up under the overhang to get shade and just to get out of those seats.
And be on that concourse, yes.
And if you ask any scout with any experience, they will say virtually what I'm saying right now. It's just an oven when you for the wrong time of day to get a game there.
Hurley facing Tyler Wood. Wood from Lee Summit, Missouri. Outfielder and a right-handed pitcher. Skies this one in the air, short right center field. And Jalen Fox. So is that Gonzalez? That's Gonzalez now in center field.
Gonzalez is all over the field. We've had a few other players like that, obviously. Gavin Stedman stands out for being all over the field in the first game today.
Batter now is Riker Benz, who collected a base hit in his first at bat. Benz pulls one on the ground towards third base. Josh Gibbs across the diamond. See Holden at first base. And Hurley goes to that rag. Lands right behind the pitching rubber. Riker Ben set aside. Here is Zahir Barjam. Barjam down the right field line. The second baseman angling over. Ethan Britton. And that retires the side. While we have a moment going to the bottom of the fifth inning, and Team Red on top 5-0. Take a moment, tip our caps, and say job well done. Steve Banta has been our director. I came on board. He was with Brett Dolan and David and Jeremy. And he's been there with us all week long. And Dave, Steve shared with me prior to the game, got some chicken pox going around. So his wife, Ariane, and daughter Chloe, they've been helping out and doing a terrific job for us. Want to tip our cap and say thank you very much for all the great work from Ian Dyer, Ed Hollema, hope I got that one right, and our entire Be Live crew. And also, get well soon to Tanner Schofield. Tanner's been with us every day doing our graphics and doing some directing. And Tanner not with us on this final day and the Friday going into the weekend for the Sophomore National Showcase. So, again, great effort and certainly appreciated across the way on perfectgame.tv.
Steve, while we were going through that, we got waves from our cameraman as well. Got to also show appreciation to those gentlemen who sit under the tents for long hours all day, providing the great shots here from East Cobb Field 1.
And I didn't realize we were going to do that right there as I was looking down and reading the names. And our camera operators, we'll give those now and tip our cap and say thank you very much for all the effort. Sean Cook, Shepard Daniel, Ian Lang, Thomas Mitchell, and Darren Wilkerson. Darren, they say, has the day off, but he's been with us. So, again, we appreciate it. And you just were talking about hot in Cary, North Carolina, home of USA Baseball. Our camera operators are out there for all the games. And camera operators learn the elements quickly and learn what they need for 9-inning games. And we've had triple headers. We had 4 games on our first day together on Tuesday, 2 on Wednesday, and they know how to beat the elements best they can. But with 95-degree heat, that becomes difficult.
All I know is they're doing a job I wouldn't be willing to do because they've got to climb big ladders up scaffolds and up on top of dugouts. And I'm a little wary of ladders at this stage in my life. And I don't think I could get up on top of one of those dugouts and go up and down those ladders.
Thank you as well to Braden Joyce and Miles Garrett, who have helped us with stats. They have been our spotters. I'm going to give people an idea. And Dave, I believe you get it too. We're on a text chain. Dave is in the office at the complex in Marietta. I'm in my living room for the first time. I've broadcast what we call Remy's from Bristol, Connecticut, from either a studio or, as I like to call it, a closet. And we are reliant on our camera operators, on our director getting us the shots, and our spotters as well. And we get the radar reading, so Braden and Miles have done a wonderful job with that throughout the course of the week. Pass along those numbers as we move along.
I'm not really sure how, throughout the pandemic, big league crews, broadcasting crews, announced games throughout that whole era remotely. Because there's such a difference in broadcasting a game in person. And I'm a novice at this in comparison to you, Steve. But there's such a huge difference when you're watching it on TV just like the audience is. And right now, you and I are separated by 700-800 miles. And you're still broadcasting a live baseball game. It's a challenge. And to do that at the big league level.
To left field and right up against the fence. Catch is not made. And going into second base is Xavier Byam. So added to the roster. Local talent. Putting a charge into one right here.
Well, when I looked up Byam's numbers, and he's still 14 years old, but has a strong 5'11", 200-pound body, what stood out was last year he had 6 homers in PG games. So the power's there. It's a powerful, compact build. But this is fun for the young man. He probably didn't know yesterday that he'd be on TV here swinging against, top pitchers and all, and he gets to come out and double off the wall. Great for the young man.
Price for his final inning. Brandon Gonzalez. I think, and I've had this conversation with people before, including bosses, baseball is the hardest from a studio not being at the venue. But in all of them, you miss so much not being there. Nice play at second base. Bar jam. And the runner moving up. Byam's now at third base. But you get used to, even from a scout's perspective, you say, taking in a game behind home plate, you're looking in the dugout for reactions and different things, and the ball off the bat it's just different.
Oh yeah, your eyes as a scout behind home plate, your eyes are everywhere.
Right.
They're on, like they say on players on the field, head on a swivel. That's in a scouting perspective, that's the way it is. But it's the same way when you're broadcasting a game, whether you're broadcasting it at this level or whether you're sitting in a big league park. Your eyes are constantly moving and you're seeing things, and just a completely different experience.
Joshua Campbell facing Aiden Price here in the 5th inning. I believe all big league broadcasters on both TV and radio are out and traveling again.
Good block by our catcher there with runners on base.
I believe Cerna back there for his final inning. Campbell sends this one down the third base side and out of play. I know you've touched on the outfield wall and left, but what was the thinking behind making that wall so high? This one is ripped down the third base side, and a foul ball again by Campbell.
I can't speak to the people behind designing this East Cobb complex, the architects or the baseball people who are involved, but it has to be just the landscape and the distances. You know, it's only 315 down the line, and you wanted to, you know, not make the field too small, but it's really impressive. You know, the drive up here, you know, winding around Kell High School just down below us. What a really small footprint of land this 8-field complex is actually on. And some of the ingenuity that went into putting these fields here and maximizing the plot of land that the East Cobb people had originally. And, you know, the other fields, too, they have some tall, or at least Field 2 has high fences, too. And it's probably not coincidental that those high fences are also up against the parking lots. I think that also came into play. But the idea that when I first got here that there's 8 fields here was like, really? There's not enough land here for 8 fields. But there is, and they work very well together.
Campbell continues to extend the at-bat against Aiden Price. Price wins the battle, puts another 0 up on the board. As Team White strands 2, and we're going to the 6th inning. And Price finishes strong. 25 pitches in his first inning, did a nice job in the 4th, and gets the job done here in the 5th inning.
Yeah, well-deserved comments there for Price. I mean, he made the adjustments he needed to make with his timing. And threw some nice pitches over the last two innings and was certainly successful.
This day is likely complete.
And I think what we're talking about here with the East Cobb complex, and, you know, there are an increasing number of just beautiful facilities around the country. And it seems like I add a new one every month. It seems, you know, Boomba down in Sanford, Florida, just northeast of Orlando, is a complex that we use extensively. You know, we have these quads of 4 fields, and they're gorgeous. They're extremely functional. They're busy all the time. But there's a quaintness, much like there is about a Fenway or a Wrigley, about East Cobb and its design. And, you know, it's in this little niche here, and it's so much history. And it's something I always look forward to going to. Yeah, I love those big quads and all the access to the fields, but there's something special here about the East Cobb complex, that's for sure.
What's around the complex in terms of the community?
It's you know, north side of Atlanta, which is up, you know, middle class, upper middle class generally. Kell High School is right across the street. In the early days, you know, that Kell High School field, which is literally, you could walk there from, you know, from the pitcher's mound here to the pitcher's mound at Kell, you could walk there in 5 minutes. So it's really four full-size fields here. But, you know, you have Canton Road out there that has all the businesses at it, gas stations and restaurants and such. But, you know, it's a residential commuter, you know, type community. You know, what is it, probably 20 miles from downtown Atlanta.
We get our first look at Nash Pierce on the mound. He's scheduled to go 2 innings for Team White. And this one lined to left field and closing quickly. Nice job by Joshua Campbell in left field, taking care of that one, and a quick first out.
Campbell got a nice jump on that. You're exactly right. That's a ball that we've seen fall in a couple times. The tendency for outfielders here, for some reason, is to play really deep near that wall. Excuse me, near that wall, but Campbell playing a little shallower and got a good jump on it.
Retiring Christian De Los Santos. De Los Santos, I believe, 2 at-bats, 2 pitches seen. Hitter now is Caleb Danzeisen. De Los Santos in his first at-bat went up there and had a single. Dan Zeisen. This one carrying it over the head of the center fielder. And Dan Zeisen thinking 3, and he'll get in there. He'll go in standing.
Dan Zeisen has squared up 2 balls really, really hard to the middle of the field today. He's really got his feeling good about his swing and just crushes that ball. And I think the center fielder was kind of deceived too. Didn't get that good break on the ball going back, and an easy triple for the left-handed hitter.
Micah Matthews had to give chase. Something about the stand-up triple. As we see Mason Shermer come to the plate. To me, it kind of tells you right out of the gate, right out of the box, they were hustling.
Well, they say, I read an article recently that going back to big league baseball and things that are disappearing, I don't think it's disappearing to the degree that complete games are, for instance, but the triple is at all-time record lows in the big leagues.
This one whacked into center field, and Shermer has a base hit.
Shermer always has a base hit. That's all he gets. I think his profile in the perfect game scouting community has really jumped in the last 3 days because the big first baseman just hits.
Evan DeMario stands in. DeMario behind the plate for Team Red. He'll get the next 3 innings. Ball got away, and Shermer thought about it, but as he was thinking about it, kind of cost himself and the opportunity to race for second base as Holden gave pursuit of the baseball. And DeMario takes ball 1 from Nash Pierce.
And I can see myself after this. I'll go through in our database and go through the notes section and add comments on a number of these players. Just, not specific things because I haven't been scouting in that way. But for someone like Mason Shermer, that's what I'll put in the general notes section. I'll say, this kid just hits. And just to leave my opinion there and some record of that. But, nothing real scouting terms, but sometimes just say, hey, this kid just hits. Is enough to carry on with his rankings and the appreciation we have for him.
Swing and a miss, and Evan DeMario out on strikes. Pierce throwing a pretty good breaking ball right there.
Very good breaking ball right there. He's been up
Mark
to 87.
Brissy stands in.
He's been up to 87 on the fastball, 72, 73, 74 mile an hour curveball. So a very live arm on the mound.
Brissy, Arkansas commit from Batesville, Arkansas. And 0 for 2 at the plate in this one. Razorbacks in Omaha. The Omahogs. Dave Van Horn, head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks. Their fans will travel well to Omaha. Swing and a miss. And Brissy with 2 outs, taking off for second, and Shermer now at second base.
In fact, I just had a baseball friend texted me this morning. I replied to between games about, hey, going to Omaha for the first time, going to be there all week. What do you recommend doing when I'm not at the ballpark? So trying to tap in on the 15 years that I lived in that city.
Sleep comes to mind. If it's all baseball all the time, then I might be part of it. I kick myself. I'll never be able to say I went to Rosenblatt Stadium.
It was a very old school stadium, and it was something
Yes.
that it was very obvious that they had added to and added to and added to as the interest in the College World Series grew over the years.
There's a book by gentleman Paul Firekowski, and he grew up in Omaha and went as a kid and wrote about his memories. And Omaha needed the new ballpark in order to keep the College World Series. And same time Omaha was negotiating and putting together the new ballpark, they also built a new ballpark for the AAA affiliate of the Royals as well.
Oh, yes, that was somewhat the people in Omaha are very conservative financially. And I know you're going to find it hard to believe with something as important to the fabric of Omaha as the College World Series, but the bond issue was put on the public ballot, and it only passed like 51-49. It was a near thing that I think a lot of the populace didn't believe that the NCAA would move it, and they weren't well informed, because if they hadn't built that new stadium, it would be the Indianapolis or the Oklahoma City World Series right now. It wouldn't be Omaha, and that synonymous word. So it was a near thing, but then they built a very, the College World Series stadium right down there in downtown near the old market. Seats 22. You could turn that stadium into a big league stadium in a year or two just by adding a second deck. I mean, that's the way it's built. The AAA stadium, which is way, way out in the suburbs, is the consummate AAA stadium. Seats 7,000, 8,000, has all the fun room and grass for families to do things on. A completely different environment. But the populace of Omaha was very confused. Like, why are we spending all this money on two stadiums? Why not just have one, like we always had?
Nash Pierce getting the final out here in the inning.
I
And
like
I've
Nash
got-
Pierce. I like Nash Pierce
Yeah.
on the mound. There's definitely something there. There's a live arm there. There's velocity. There's spin. There's athleticism. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that.
When I was I was a seasonal hire in Wilmington, Delaware in the Carolina League in 1999, left, and the owner of our team in Wilmington purchased the Omaha AAA affiliate. He had strong ties with the Royals organization at that point in time. I believe 93 or 94, they had gotten the team in Wilmington and had been a Royals affiliate and had struck up relationships in Kansas City and was approached to purchase the AAA team. And Rosenblatt, for a AAA minor league team, yes, they would draw and have a sellout on July 4 in the fireworks, but 6,000 in a spacious stadium like that looks small if they would draw 6,000. And so he purchased his first year as owner in Omaha for the AAA Royals was 2001. So the broadcaster in Wilmington took the job in Omaha, so I replaced him in Wilmington. And the guy who painted our signs in Wilmington for the advertising and the billboards out in the outfield, our owner, Matt Menker, sent him out to Omaha before that season to repaint every blue and gold seat in the ballpark. And he came back, he said it was an amazing experience, but he was morning, noon, and night to get it ready in that short amount of time. And he said, I painted every single seat at Rosenblatt Stadium.
We've got a new pitcher on the mound for the red team. Primary right-handed pitcher, Carter Dirks. Dirks, a big 6'3", 205 right-hander from St. Andrews High School in Coral Springs, Florida. 15 years, 2 months on his birth date. Saw Dirks pitch last at the 15U East Memorial Day Classic at JetBlue Park in Fort Myers. Was named all-tournament, both hitting and pitching. On the mound was 82-85 with a 74 curveball. Played for the 5-star National Black. Or actually at that event for the original Florida Pokers.
Center field, and that one taken care of. Off the bat of Ethan Kloss. Dirks getting the 6th inning and the 7th inning. And that one behind the hitter. Ethan Britton at the plate for Team White. A lot of balls in the air today. Shortstop takes care of it. De Los Santos. And Dirks making quick work of the first couple of batters here in the 6th inning. Here's Mikhail Holden.
Pretty much a duplicate of a line drive he hit last time up.
Coach, black shirt.
Holden on the ground to shortstop. And that one taken care of once again by the shortstop, Christian De Los Santos.
There we have our legendary Frank Foltz, and I'm told today he has his lucky baseball socks on. When Frank gets on a field, trust me, Frank is out there to win. He's coaching up these players. He's looking for the big W, but Frank Foltz, a consummate. If I'm a baseball lifer, I've been lapped 3 times by Frank Foltz. He's been in some level of baseball at the professional level for, I think, over 50 years. Been a long time as a strength and conditioning coach with the Braves, with the Pirates, with the Astros. The consummate baseball man, and obviously has his lucky socks. Who wouldn't have their lucky socks if you've been in a dugout as much as Frank has?
That is terrific.
Except for Frank's coaching the white team, and he's down 7-0. So I guess those socks may need to be washed and a little more luck put into them. Sorry, Frank.
Team White down here in the top of the 7th inning. And Nash Pierce gets one more inning. We expect to see Jalen Fox and Mikhail Holden behind him. Pierce on top of the mound, and we are set to resume. And delivers a breaking ball strike. Micah Matthews, base hit and a run scored. He is also struck out. Tried to hold up, ended up going around and down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes.
Saw 2 different breaking balls that time. The first pitch was the first pitch, get me over breaking ball. Had a little bit of hump in it, but just really thrown for a strike. And the second one was the tighter swing and miss, bury it breaking ball. Matthews did a good job catching up with that fastball. Breaking ball, fastball up. Spoiled the pitch.
Cerna on deck, then Tyler Wood due up. Pierce picks up the strikeout against Matthews, and we've got one out.
I think Pierce is going to be in the running for a big jump in his national rankings. Came into this at 363 overall, but runs a 6.88, throws 88 from the outfield, swings the bat well, 87 from the mound with a nice curveball. 6'3", 175 pounds. A lot to like athletically about this young man from Pace, Florida.
Pounded on the ground towards shortstop. And Cerna retired. Ethan Kloss at short. Nope, Britton, pardon me, at shortstop, Ethan Britton. Looking in the wrong inning. Quickly 2 down with the strikeout and a ground out.
2 out
Top
already
7.
in the top of 7. This game flying along.
Tyler Wood gets his third at bat, 0 for 2. Trying to hold up.
Steve's laughing for everyone out there because that's one phrase you never use at a ballpark, and saying this game is flying along. It's strictly forbidden, but I guess I don't pay attention to those old baseball rules so much.
I'm there with you. I do that every once in a while at work. We'd cheer when a no-hit bid is broken up. I used to work, and that's where I got my start with Jim Jenks at MLB Advanced Media. So I used to voice highlight packages for team sites. And there'd be that much more work if, on a particular night there were 3 or 4 home runs or some sort of big moment. And if there was a no-hitter or a perfect game, the editors and everyone knew that they were going to be in for a long night. But no-hitter was broken up in the 7th or 8th inning. There were high fives and fist bumps.
Cynical broadcasters. Think of all the fan memories that would be created. I was at the ballpark when Tyler Anderson threw his no-hitter.
Tyler Wood pops one up third base side. Well, you bring up that point, and you would kick me in the backside. You've been sharing the broadcast here the last couple of days with a guy who was a huge Dwight Gooden fan as he was coming up with the New York Mets in '84 and '85 as Rookie of the Year and Cy Young. And when he was with the Yankees and he threw his no-hitter, guess who had tickets? And I'll follow that up with guess who didn't go. Friend called me up in like the 6th or 7th inning, and he said, "Are you watching this?" I said, "Yes, don't call me again." We'll have a ghost runner here for Team Red. As Caleb Dan Zyson comes back onto the field. The only time, I don't know that I've ever been close in a big league ballpark. I've gotten close in the minors, 2 outs in the 9th inning and spoiled with a home run for a no-hit bid.
Well, I was fortunate enough to be in the Astrodome the day that the late and great Darryl Kyle threw a no-hitter.
Okay.
I always remember that. And part of what I'll remember it for is in the way that you don't mention it on the air. You don't mention no-hitters in the dugout. I was sitting with Bob Watson throughout that game. Bob was the general manager of the Astros then, and about the 4th inning, we turned to each other about the same time and said, "Kyle looks like he's got like no-hit stuff tonight."
There you go.
Then the next inning, or the fifth or sixth inning, Ken Caminetti at third made just a great, impossible diving play at third and gunned a runner at first. And we looked back at each other and said, it's going to happen, because every no-hitter has that great play.
Right.
And Caminetti made that great play, and it's still one of the best defensive plays I've ever seen in context. And at that point, it was going to be on cruise control because everything was met.
Swing and a miss. Wood out on strikes. And another impressive inning for Nash Pierce.
Oh, yeah, Nash Pierce is really impressing himself there. You know, to the PG staff, fastball up to 87, command, curveball. Remember, he's not even a primary pitcher.
Pierce wrapping up his second inning.
Something that stood out there is he really tunnels his fastball and his curveball well. You know, you didn't know what he was going to throw until really after it came out of his hand. So he did a real nice job of tunneling, which means throwing in the same slot with the same release point out front, and that just adds more deception for the hitters.
Carter Dirks for the bottom half of the seventh inning. We saw Price go 3. Dirks now in his second of what is expected to be 3 innings. And Tyler Wood, who we just saw strike out to end the top of the seventh inning, expected to get the ninth. Team Red catcher now, Evan DeMario. And Nash Pierce at the plate. You'll owe me, but a quarter says right here Pierce is going to do something with the bat.
I was kind of thinking the same thing. It's like, boy, what a way to cap off. He's feeling real good about himself.
Right.
Hit a gapper here. Find a barrel.
That's how baseball works. Right center field, and that will fall in for a base hit.
Not big and special, but hey, it's a base hit. And Nash, top of the baseball world right now. At least for the time being. Baseball does have a way of humbling you eventually.
On the ground to short. And hustling down the line, Josh Gibbs, as he's able to reach on the fielder's choice. And Pierce, the lead runner, erased at second base.
And that ball, De Los Santos, if you really have a realistic chance at 2, if that ball's hit to the shortstop in a pro setting, for instance, he's charging from the get-go and charging off his right foot, just feeding it quick underhand to second, but while charging the ball.
Jalen Fox 0 for 1. Looks at a called strike. Dirk's last pitch on the breaking ball, 70 miles an hour. His fastball, 83, 84. Just off the corner. Runner going. And the stolen base for Josh Gibbs. He's now in scoring position.
Just to compare and contrast, I said at the end of the last inning, Nash Pierce tunneling his fastball and his curveball very well, and that's part of the effectiveness.
Towards third base. Out recorded on the throw across the diamond.
Carter Dirks is, as he goes through his pitching career, will learn he does not do that right now. He throws his fastball, gets on top of it really well, gets downhill with it, but is probably at least 4 or 5 inches lower on his curveball release and gets under it a bit or gets on the side of it as opposed to being on top. And that's something that as he advances and gets access to high-level coaching that will be corrected.
Omar Cerna now at third base. Go ahead.
And we'll give him a much better breaking ball. It's a good breaking ball. But as you can see there, he got under it at release, and that will just firm up his curveball, tunneling it and getting on top of it like he does his fastball.
Julian Carter is 0 for 1. And we'll get a base runner on the hit by pitch. This one hit sharply. Nice job at first base by Mark Brissy. And that retires the side as we go to the 8th inning, and Team Red on top 7-0. And we look at Carter Dirks on the mound this afternoon.
Like we've got a nice breeze this afternoon also. Big flagpole behind the East Cobb Tower. Jalen Fox on the mound for the white team. Fox, a primary outfielder from Seminole High School in Sanford, Florida.
Nash Pierce, 2 innings, 4 strikeouts. Topped out at 87. Was anywhere from 82, 83 to 87 miles an hour with the fastball. We saw Gonzalez earlier along with Gibbs and Dominic Hurley. Hurley, 2 scoreless innings. Gave up just 1 base hit and threw 23 pitches. Pierce ended up throwing 40 pitches over 2 innings.
Well, Fox, although he's a primary outfielder, made the all-tournament team at the 15 UPG Sunshine State Invitational in Auburndale, Florida in mid-May. Struck out 10 hitters over 5 2/3 innings with a fastball that reached 86 miles an hour to go with a 69 curveball and 73 changeup. So he's been throwing very well early this summer.
Riker Benz, Oklahoma commit. Infielder and pitcher. Benz 4.0 GPA his freshman year while playing 2 high school sports, soccer and baseball. Volunteers for the Special Olympics through his high school program. Called it an incredible experience that he can't wait to participate in again. So Benz, here you go, Dave. Benz from St. Louis. Cardinal fan. Give you a couple of guesses as to who his favorite player is on the Cardinals.
Ben's a middle infielder, so it probably is not going to translate there. And usually when you have a favorite player, you've had him for a while, so it's not going to be an Arenado. It would have to. Did I hit that one?
You hit that one.
I guess he is a primary third baseman. Okay. Ben's a third baseman. You can't get a better example. The third baseman than Nolan Arenado. Although, if you believe it, Arenado, when he was a high school senior out in California, there was tons of talk about him becoming a catcher, transitioning to catcher at the professional level. And I thought that was insane because I remember I have notes that say that I could show you that say this is the best defensive player, in the class. Period.
I'm amazed by that. Actually, well, go ahead.
Okay, he played, and it's you don't want to always make comparisons to players considered GOATs. So we might see a double play here, and we do. But Arenado, the reason they're talking catchers is he was very slow of foot. He was like a 7'5", 7'6", 60 guy as we see this double play again. Long toss there from the second baseman. But he couldn't run, and I doubt whether he can run much better right now. And the natural thing is say, oh, he's going to be a catcher. But when you watched him play third base, he was like a Brooks Robinson, because Brooks Robinson could not run a lick either. And Brooks Robinson, who won, 15 or so gold gloves. But Brooks Robinson's first step was so good at third base, so quick, that it was a completely different tool than speed over, 60 or 90 feet or 60 yards or whatever. And Arenado had a lot of those same characteristics as a Brooks Robinson at third base, with that initial first step quickness and then his athleticism in the air diving for the ball.
De Los Santos retired on the ground ball out.
I think we're going to get one more hitter. I think that was a ghost runner that was part of that double play.
So Jalen Fox stays on the mound. Caleb Danzeisen stands in.
And Arenado batted third for some great ABD teams, ABD Bulldogs teams, and the cleanup hitter right behind him, someone you also may have heard of, Christian Yelich. That's a pretty good 3-4 pair of hitters for a travel club.
Thoughts of travel, opposing teams at the travel ball level. Well, I've got to face these two guys. I better make sure there's nobody on base in front of them.
ABD was a two-time Jupiter champion, and it just wasn't Arenado and Yelich. They had a full team of perfect game All-Americans, future first-round draft choices. It was a loaded team. In fact, if we have never done a best teams ever thing. We've talked about, doing it with when East Cobb had such dominant pitching staffs. ABD, the Canes have been great some years. We've never done a ranking of teams all time. It's played by the shortstop there.
That was Ethan Britton.
Ethan Britton out at shortstop. Thank you. But those ABT teams with Yelich and Arenado and Gio Meyer and so many more would certainly rank it in the top 10, if not the top 5. And also a good pick at first base by Gonzalez. A skill we haven't seen executed really well the last few days, but Gonzalez showing nice hands and glove position there.
Jalen Fox on the mound. Some heading in, some heading out. dare say that's one of the first phones I've seen. The instruction continues.
Frank cannot be at a field without coaching, and I think he's talking about the feed on that double play, which was like a 30-foot side toss, and he's just coaching up his two middle infielders. There's Klaus and Britton on double play tosses. There's no detail too fine not to coach up.
Great. Really good game today. Real proud of you guys. You're playing really well. Keep it up. Come on.
And you can see hear his encouragement in the background as Carter Dirks will get one more inning. Team White coming to the plate here in the home eighth inning. They've had base runners. They've had opportunities at the plate. Have been shut down to this point by red pitchers. And Taylor Tracy, who was 0 for 2 at the plate to start things off. First pitch swinging on the ground, third base. Toss across the diamond. And Omar Cerna has gotten a couple of opportunities here at the hot corner over the last couple of innings. His time behind the plate is done.
Doesn't surprise. I was wondering who's at third that had the arm to make that throw on line, and Cerna, with as strong arm as exists in this class. We already saw him 92 off the mound, 86 from behind the plate, just with a cannon from third base as well. An Arenado type arm even.
There you go. Cole Gilmore, 2025 grad class, Noonan, Georgia. Same high school, 5'9", 150, travel ball team, the home plate Chili Dogs at the 15U level. One of the players asked to come on board, along with Xavier Byams today. And Byams, a big hit earlier in this game for Team White.
Rocked a double off the left field wall, and I wish the same upon Cole Gilmore.
Backs out of the way of that offering from Carter Dirks.
I think you got Nick there on the back hip, and see a ghost runner and all fastballs for Gilmore.
Dirks so far 2 1/3, no runs. Has had the batters put the ball in play to this point. His fastball has been at 87 miles an hour. Opposite way to right field. And that is going to go for extra bases for Cole Gilmore.
Xavier Byams picks up his double. Cole Gilmore follows up with a double of his own. Outstanding.
And Byams will get another at bat here, second and third. Byams toward third base. Cerna will go across the diamond. Run scores from third. And White on the board here in the eighth inning against Carter Dirks. And Gilmore moves to third. There he is. Next to the man with the lucky socks. Breaking ball spins Gonzalez out of the way. Gonzalez takes a big cut. Hear the cheers off in the distance. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Eighth inning. Our final game of the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. Did he hold up? I believe he did. Our catcher, DeMario, thought he got it. I think DeMario might have had a point there. That's all right. Cerna gathers himself in, shows off the arm yet again. We're going to the ninth inning in a 7-1 ball game.
Cerna tying the record, held by an infinite number of players for most assists in an inning.
As we take a look at Carter Dirks on the mound.
Guys, good job. Really good.
Dirks, that fastball is going to be a really good pitch for him. He gets behind it really well, spots it really well to the glove side, just needs to make the adjustments with the breaking ball.
Team red in the dugout, coming to the plate for a final time. And Mikal Holden will get the ninth inning for Team White on the mound. Holden will get the final inning here. We've seen Gonzalez, Hurley, Pierce for 2 innings, Fox. Josh Gibbs pitched the 3rd inning earlier for Team White. And the Alabama commit now on the mound. Holden now on the receiving end of the glove bump as he goes to work here in the 9th inning and fires inside. Waited on this one because I knew that we were going to get Mikal Holden on the mound, but he shared something very interesting. In the Q&A that is put out by Perfect Game, one of the questions is, what is the greatest challenge you have overcome? How were you able to do it, is the follow-up. And Holden shared that he's dealt with anxiety in the past. He would get very nervous and scared to take a test, but just slowly was able to relax and calm himself down before he'd have to take an exam. And kudos to the young man for sharing that.
My thoughts exactly. 15 years old and being able to share something like that, especially as it has to do with anxiety. You know, that's a big step to getting rid of the anxiety right there, is admitting it and dealing with it. And to be 15 years old and doing that's something to be proud of, young man.
Mario reaches with the base hit here in the top of the 9th inning. And Mark Brissi will get one more at bat. Brissi is hitless so far in this game. Arkansas commit at the plate. Alabama commit on the pitcher's mound.
Holden 84-86 to the first hitter.
This one hit hard and into left field. Brissy aboard. Pierce at third base. Thought he had it in the mitt.
He looked at the mitt like it was the glove's fault.
So DeMario moved to second. And Bennett Gammon now at the plate for Team Red. Holden steps off for a moment. Holden in the classroom, 4.0 unweighted GPA, 4.2 weighted grade point average while taking AP classes, National Junior Honor Society member. On the ground, race to the bag. And Gammon is going to come back. And that's going to load up the bases as he gets rid of all of his equipment. Mario moves to third. Brissy now at second base. And Micah Matthews against Mikhail Holden here in the ninth inning.
Just looked up the bio real quickly on Mikhail Holden's mom, who you mentioned was a college basketball coach for 20 years. Was a first an assistant, then the head coach for an extended period at Birmingham Southern.
Okay.
That's also a member of the High School Hall of Fame at her high school, Cedar Shoals High School in Athens, Georgia. So an accomplished basketball player herself.
Mom Rena, Dad Elmer. DeMario, the lead runner, he is at third base. Home plate umpire alerting Holden that it's fastballs for the rest of this at bat. And Matthews out of there on strikes. And Omar Cerna will get one more at bat. Had a play over on the first base side, landing on the concourse near the middle bleachers. Into center field off the bat of Cerna. And that's going to plate a couple of runs here. And Omar Cerna, the fifth batter of this inning, as Team Red adds on. And now we'll go to the bottom of the ninth inning here at the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. That is wrapping up on day number 3.
Here we go, last at bat. Come on, make the most of it, man. Come on. Let's see 5 hitters come up.
And it will be Tyler Wood as we take a look at Mikhail Holden here. And it will be Tyler Wood on the mound for Team Red in the bottom half of the ninth inning. And we get our first look at Wood on the hill.
Wood, a multi-talented athlete. He's been up to 88 on the mound. Pitched at the 15 UPG West MLK Championship back in January for the U.S. Nationals 15U Scout team. Struck out 6 in 2 1/3 innings, was 83-88 on the fastball. So the strong arm that he showed in the outfield and drills, also a 6'9" runner. 6'3", 185, still 16 years old. In fact, or still 15 years old, I should say. 15 and a half exactly.
And game 1 of the College World Series underway in Omaha. Oklahoma Sooners 7 runs in the second, 4 more in the fourth, leading Texas A&M 12-4. Still a lot of baseball to be played in that one.
You hedged it a lot when we talked about the College World Series before, but I think Oklahoma was kind of like, if I had to pick one team out of your hedging, it would have been Oklahoma that you might be rooting for.
They do a solid job defensively. They've got some bullpen arms. Bennett giving up 4 runs in the start today. And if you get a chance to watch the Sooners, watch their catcher, Jimmy Crooks. Left-handed bat, and he's homered in this game. I believe he's got 3 RBIs, and it was a 3-run shot. And watch Crooks behind the plate as well. Get a chance to see the Sooners. As Tyler Wood, one more toss. And he is now ready to go to work here. Corner infielders come over. Brissy and Cerna. Joshua Campbell for Team White. Campbell hitless in 2 at-bats. And we'll have a base runner for Team White. If you weren't with us yesterday, they got a scolding as they were tardy on a couple of occasions with their ghost runners. We were able to catch it from the dugout.
Haven't had that problem today, amazingly.
The message was received. I believe that's Pierce out there at first. This one's sent in the air off the bat of Campbell. And hooking foul down the left field line. You see the 315 down the line.
Gave that ball a nice ride, but hooked it foul.
Cerna at third. Second one. Back to first, not in time. As Campbell reaches. Ethan Kloss up the middle, taking the throw. Oh, pardon me. back to the other side there, and it was Riker Benz.
Cerna certainly has the actions at third base, I'll tell you. And he's been busy down there. The ball's finding him.
Ball gets away from the first baseman, Brissy. He gives pursuit. And Campbell will stay put. Ethan Kloss at the plate. There's Omar Cerna. Saw him on the mound to start.
He's out there thinking, this is a lot more fun down here than it is catching and getting hit by foul balls and wearing all that equipment. And
Dan Zeisen, I believe, behind the plate now. We saw Dan Zeisen on the mound earlier. Cerna went the first inning. Dan Zeisen got the second. Campbell takes off for third. And Cerna applies the tag. And the caught stealing as Campbell is out for the second out here in the bottom half of the ninth inning.
that's the difference between stealing third with a left-handed hitter at the plate and a right-handed hitter at the plate is one of the biggest distinctions in baseball, because with that wide open there for the catcher to throw to third, it's such an easy throw as compared to when the right-handed hitter is in there. Wood showing the arm strength, 86, 88 on the fastball, but missing low consistently with it for the most part.
Gets over to take the throw from Brissy, but late to the bag.
I think I just heard last batter yelled out from the bench.
And it should be Ethan Britton coming to the plate for Team White.
Thank you. Same here. Thank you.
And Britton takes a first pitch strike. Well, Dave, as we do wrap up here, I want to say thank you to you. That'll be our final thanks to you, Darren Sutton and Jim Jenks. And to Jeremy as well, Jeremy Brown, who was with me on Tuesday, Brett Dolan. But really enjoyed our conversations, really enjoyed your input on these individual players that we've seen over the last couple of days, and for the great conversation.
And I will echo that back at you, Steve. Thank you for your professionalism, and I very much look forward to the next time we can share the broadcast chairs as we end this 2022 Sophomore National Showcase on a triple off the bat of Ethan Britton. Ball game. But yeah, this has been fun. This has been great baseball. I think the 2025 class is in great hands. We saw some of the highest ranked players in the country here perform. We saw some young men that are perhaps underranked that we're going to see move up in the rankings significantly. But I think one thing we can leave it with here is that we saw some future big leaguers here today, and that's exciting. We don't know who they are yet. We can take some guesses, but yes, there were plenty of future big leaguers here on the field at East Cobb over the last 3 days.
For our director, Steve Banta, my partner, Dave Runsley, and our entire PerfectGame.tv crew, I'm Steve Lennox, and we say goodbye one more time from the East Cobb Complex here in Marietta, Georgia. Enjoy your weekend, everybody.